Cloud GmbH. So are Germany people here yet today? Maybe not. So we will fit that in at some point. The other one that we have is for the first in-person registration for KohaCon22. The first person that was not a board member that said, I am going to come in person to that conference. And that is Phyllis Goodile, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And I'm not sure if she is here yet. Okay, so no one's here to get their mugs, but we'll give them a round of applause anyway. Okay, so we have about 5 minutes before our first presentation. Want to remind you that at the first break this morning, we're going to be taking our KohaCon22 official photo, and I hope we have someone that's going to take that photo for us, maybe. I see no nodding from the... All right, so we have someone who can take our photo. So that's going to be at the first break at 10 o'clock, I think. So we're going to do the picture. We are aware of some of the Wi-Fi issues from yesterday, and I think we figured out that there are some dead spots in the building. So if you can't connect, you may try moving around to some different locations that could help out. We also have some more electrical cords that have been pulled out to some of the tables in the center so that you can get to the electrical for your devices. Be careful of the cords and please don't trip. We still have our vendors and they are up in the balcony. Please make a trek up there to see our vendors, welcome them. Okay, Christopher says that's it. So we have a couple minutes until the first presentation.
All right, folks, we're going to get started here. Just a reminder, I saw a few of you come in last minute. Just a reminder to everyone, we have drawings that we're going to be doing later. And if you haven't already, please put your name on a slip of paper in the bowl over by Robin at the registration table there, and you'll be entered in for that drawing. All right, we're going to start off with our first presentation of the day, which is being streamed. And it is called Open Source Software as Free Culture. And it is being co-presented by Andrew Preeter and Tadu Fulami.
Okay, good morning. Can you just confirm I have audio? Am I good?
You are good.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to screen share a presentation. Okay, so that should be full screen. So good morning, delegates at KohaCon22. Great to see so many of you there on the room cam. My name is Andrew Preeter. I'm Director of Library Services at the University of West London, London, England. And Tadu, if you want to introduce yourself.
So my name is Tadu Fulami, and I'm the Systems Librarian at the University of West London.
Thanks, Tadu. So just a brief outline of what we want to cover today. It's in two parts where I say something about strategy, philosophy and strategic aspects of free software. And then Tadu will talk about our practical experiences and about professional development for library systems workers. Just for brevity, simplicity, I'm going to refer to free software. I know other terms are available. We're using the acronym FOSS, F-O-S-S, but I would just call it free software. So thinking about our values and principles, we would argue, and in the political aspects as well, there is huge overlap between free software and open access. Within the domain of software, free software represents a free cultural work. In the domain of higher education and research and scholarship, OA is the equivalent, open access is the equivalent free cultural work. And we're using here the definition from the Freedom Defined Wiki. This is referenced by Creative Commons, amongst others, and it's quite similar definition really to the GNU project's 4 freedoms for software. It includes a freedom to use and perform works, to study works, to redistribute copies, and to distribute derived works. That point about derivative works actually is a sticking point really for open access. And one reason the use of the less free Creative Commons licenses like no derivatives or non-commercial under the umbrella of open access in research is so problematic. We consider that this licensing means that OA and free software are part of a larger knowledge commons. That's to say that they are a cultural resource available, in theory, at least to all in society. Library workers, I'm sure like many of us in this room advocate, would practically facilitate open access in our work in research support, in scholarly communications. And we are enthusiastic to the point of sometimes being dismissed as cheerleaders for OA by those critical of open access movement. So OA is something that's been with us for a long time. Obviously, free software dates back quite a long time to the 80s, where it was born in higher education. But long experience shows there's a relative reticence really towards free software in our libraries. There's a lack of bold action in this space in our libraries. And obviously I leave aside friends and colleagues in this room who have implemented Koha. But certainly it's something where we see quite a lot of interesting perceptions. So I just want to alight on some of those perceptions here. These are some narrative comments from Marshall Breeding's Library Perceptions Survey, 2022 edition. And Marshall asked specifically about attitudes to free software. Actually, I think the survey terms it open source, but I mean free software. It's fascinating, the stuff that comes through here. Rare example really of a situation where you should read the comments. And the key beliefs really, they tend to be themed in 3 or 4 different areas. Inevitably, it's that free software means it's self-hosted. You're going to run it on your own hardware, probably on premises. You're going to develop it yourself. you're going to hack on the code base yourself. And those things really combined together mean you will need a large team, whether it's a large IT team or a library systems team with particular specialist knowledge. Marshall says that these narrative comments suggest that due to a perception that there's a need for more staff with particular technical skills. And to be fair, I think these comments are the same every year in the perception survey. They haven't really changed since my first job when I worked in higher education as an IT technician in 2004. I've heard the same things year in, year out, to be honest. They're pretty stable, even as cloud hosting and infrastructure as a service. And nowadays, anything as a service really has become more and more dominant. These perceptions stay with us. And we want to subvert some of these perceptions in talking about free software. There's a really interesting one, the second one down, about avoiding open source based on many past experiences. And I will come back to that idea of many past experiences in a minute. So we advocated for, we selected and implemented Koha, supported by PTFS Europe in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. And my first point about selecting a free software system is we did not set out to purchase a free software system. When we wrote a business case for this migration with the management team here, we focused on the benefits we anticipated in migrating. And we expected a free software system would compete fairly against any other system on the market. Our second point, though, for the business case was about risk mitigation. So we included in our business case points about risk mitigation based on experience with non-free software. I've linked here to our risk appetite statement that the university has as a publicly funded institution. Universities in England all have this kind of statement explaining their approach and attitude to risk. University of West London has a low risk appetite around activity that affects students' educational experiences, unsurprising really for a university. But we do also recognize that if you are overly risk averse, that can lead to failure to maximize opportunities that present themselves, and sometimes an inability to act decisively in the face of changes in the external environment. So that like risk aversion can actually, we view that as a potential threat in many ways as well. So non-free or closed source software, we would say it has, in our experience, present various risks institutionally. Primarily things around vendor lock-in. An attitude of vendor lock-in can lead to complacency for certain suppliers. A tendency for product roadmaps to be quite aspirational and not necessarily deliver things that we actually need and are promised. And indeed, hidden costs for work that is out of scope of the support contract, or for hidden costs when you're offboarding, for when you do actually want to leave that supplier. So those are the key risks that we seek to mitigate in going with free software. Finally, financials, and I know it's money, but we can't avoid this element. We are a publicly funded university. In England, we have the sector regulator, and they expect we deliver value for money to the taxpayer and to students who pay fees. So for our regulator, aspects like private equity, shareholders, dividends are not really a key concern. They're interested in value for money to the taxpayer. In terms of total cost of ownership, this is a spectacular number, really, or contract value for free software versus closed source. We have saved about 79% of the cost of the product over the contract lifecycle by going with Koha. So I mean, 79% is really, in my opinion, is really impressive. So these are the key things we sought to get. And as I say, we didn't seek to implement free software. We sought the best thing that would meet our needs in our business case. Having said that, I've got a little gift for you in the spirit of Koha being a gift to the community. It doesn't mean we ignored free software or licensing. We actually asked about it early on in the procurement process and our tendering process for a new system. And this is something you can share with your library friends about how to include software licensing questions in a procurement document. We've asked here, we framed it in terms of the benefits to the supplier themselves. So we asked our suppliers, potential suppliers on the market, can you license your software to your customers under the same terms that you enjoy yourself? So that means if they've got stuff in there that's licensed under, for example, an Apache license or MIT style licenses, which are very permissive and can be closed, made into a closed source product, we ask if they're willing to give us the same benefit that they enjoy themselves. So answering no to that isn't a deal breaker for us, but the answers from suppliers who do use that software and then close it and sell it can be quite revealing. And it said something to us quite interesting about the supplier's attitudes to power. Now, that's my point. That's my strategy point. I'd just like to hand over now to Do. Would you like to take over?
Okay, thank you. So in terms of the practical implementation of Koha at the university, implementing Koha at UWL was actually my first experience of going through a library systems change. And there were several notable positives I took away from the project. One being that the support from PTFS Europe was obviously very helpful during the project, but especially regarding the data extraction near the beginning of the project from our legacy system, Capita ESS, especially since we were quoted over £22,000, so that's around $25,000 by our previous NMS provider to extract our data from our previous system. They were also very helpful during the initial testing phase. So once our data was loaded into our test and then our live system. Another positive is that working through the data extraction ourselves with support from PTFS, as opposed to having our previous provider do this work, allowed us to get to know our data really, really well, which would prove especially beneficial for me going forward as a systems librarian in our team. And the fact that we were working remotely also made it easier to interact well with PTFS. So overall, it was a great learning experience. I gained more networking knowledge on top of other things than I anticipated, and experienced the benefits of working with an open source system from implementation and getting to customize the settings on a more detailed level from the beginning. There were also, however, some notable challenges that the implementation presented. So the biggest one was that we migrated systems during the national lockdown period of 2020. So in the UK, this was a complete lockdown between March and October 2020, and on-site access to university was only for essential reasons. A particular challenge this presented for us was that we could only test the circulation settings as it pertained to how the kiosks and the sorter, for example, were working post-migration, only up to a certain extent until we were allowed back on campus. Also, our previous LMS could only be accessed via VPN when we were working from home. But even this VPN access still didn't give us access to the reporting module we used in the previous system, which is how we were planning to extract the data from the legacy system. Our IT team eventually found a workaround that allowed their team to be able to access the system via a spare PC we had on site. But this delay meant that we were more pressed for time when it came to testing with the data in the new system. We also experienced delays from our vendors, and this was obviously factored into the equation, but we had to wait quite a bit longer than expected, especially for our reading list and discovery system vendors, even after we went live with Koha. But the biggest takeaway for me post-implementation is just how much control our team has over the new system. So even though PTFS Europe manages the system for us on the database level, we can still make decisions as a library and then go into Koha, into the administration module, and adjust settings to improve our workflows. We also have a more hands-on approach more generally, for example, when it comes to reporting on data in Koha, managing the circulation rules and managing budgets from within the acquisitions module, for example. And in the next slide, I will discuss how using Koha has allowed me to continue to develop professionally. So the collaborative nature of Koha has meant that I've been able to find a wide breadth of video tutorials and articles from other users around the world to help me understand the system better as we continue to work to optimize it for our institution. And being a part of the Koha community has allowed me to work with other systems librarians in the UK and the wider community abroad to resolve issues while we use Koha and make adjustments in the system. A recent example of this is when I was talking with a systems librarian at another university here in London, and they were using a previous version of Koha. So I was discussing with them some connectivity problems we were having following an upgrade. And when we eventually resolved the problem at UWL, I was able to discuss what worked with them, and they were prepared to deal with any potential issues related to that after they upgraded to the same version. And frequent engagement in the Koha community, through speaking directly to other Koha users and other institutions, testing patches, joining mailing lists, and lurking and eventually speaking in the Koha IRC chat has given me varied avenues to develop my knowledge of the Koha and share ideas. And outside of the community, one of the best ways that I have learnt about Koha is by playing around in our test environment and adjusting settings to see what happens, or until I break something and I have to fix it. I did a lot of this before we loaded the data into our live system to test how certain circulation rules or system preferences would affect user accounts. And even after going live with Koha, playing around in the test environment has helped me to come up with ways to resolve issues that we've come across as we go through upgrades and continue to implement new policies. Having more control over the system has also enabled me to develop my SQL knowledge and allowed me to provide reports for the wider library team. So with our previous system, we would have to raise tickets most of the time in order to get specific data from the system we wanted. But now I can just go in there and have a play myself. And lastly, being the main person looking after Koha in my team has allowed me to develop the skills needed to explain complex or technical issues within the system in a clear way to my colleagues in the library services team. And this in turn has forced me to better understand more complex issues that occur in the system.
Okay, and I think our next slide is just our references, because we are librarians. But Sido, I just wanted to reflect actually on that point you said about how it's, you know, how a lot of what we do as systems librarians or library technologists is framed around the idea of going in and breaking something and seeing what happens and learning the system that way. But of course, with free software, it's essentially an unlimited potential, isn't it, for that learning experience? So versus a closed system, there is just that much more for us to actually learn and understand about the inner workings of our library management system or ILS.
Yeah, so I think that's probably been, at the beginning I felt like a baptism of fire almost when we switched to Koha, but I think ultimately that was the best way for me to learn, right? Just going in there and having a go first and then figuring out how to resolve issues. So yeah, that's been really beneficial for me.
Okay, so colleagues in the room, this is our final slide. We have left a bit of time at the end here for questions. There's our contact info if you would like to get in touch with us or follow us over on the Bird app. I'm not sure how questions are working in this sort of hybrid environment. So are there questions from the room?
So yeah, any questions? Yep, we've got one. Hold on just a moment while I get to the mic.
Hi, I was just wondering, what were some of the biggest surprises that you had in the process of migration, and how did you handle those?
Okay, so there's surprises in the process of systems migration. Sidhu, is that mainly a question for you?
Yeah, I think for me, I kind of touched on it briefly when I was presenting my slides, but I think the amount of networking knowledge that I would have, that I kind of gained just from having to liaise with our IT team and the library team during the upgrade, there was quite a few things I had to like learn as I was going along, just so I'd be able to communicate back to the library team about, oh yeah, this is what's happening. This is where we're at with the migration at this point. So I think, yeah, it was a lot of learning while things were happening, just so I'd be able to let everybody else know what exactly was going on. So yeah, I think I was surprised by how much of the more like way technical stuff I had to like pick up as I was going along. But yeah, it was a good way to learn.
So I suppose just to comment on that from a more strategic point of view of my experience as my role was as the project sponsor or project executive. And I think one thing that did surprise me actually was just how quickly and efficiently we did this migration. We did it in we did it in a really tight time scale. We had to cut over to our new system at the end of our financial year for various university finance reasons and just around year end. So we had a very hard deadline of the 31st of July, and we actually completed it about a week or so early. So I was really impressed, actually, pleasantly surprised, I think you'd say, with the efficiency of BTFS Europe as a support company. Quite different from some experiences I've had with software suppliers of closed source, and a very highly authentic approach to their work as a system support company.
Any other questions?
This isn't a question, but there's some comments on the YouTube feed, mostly people saying that they agree that there's no greater way to learn about Koha than to go into a test system. And I personally commented there's no greater motivation for figuring out how to fix something in Koha than going in and breaking it yourself.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I certainly reflect that's been similar experience in my career previously as a systems librarian. Is there anything you wanted to comment around that to do?
Yeah, just that I agree. Especially, yeah, exactly. The motivation to fix something after you break it. I felt that, yeah, because obviously I'd have to explain why something is the way it is. So yeah, that's been great.
I can just add to that you know, being in Koha is a great experience because you're more hands-on with the system than you would be with a paid system, and so it's a great experience, and it does give you more knowledge of your system than you would with any other product.
Yeah.
All right, Andrew Tadu, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate your time, and thank you for I don't know what time it is there, but thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's afternoon here, so we'll say good afternoon, colleagues, and we will be on the live stream enjoying the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello. So we're going to repeat some awards that we did earlier. We have some of these beautiful KohaCon22 mugs, and we wanted to give mugs to the two people that traveled the furthest to get here, and that's Roger Grossman and Paul Derscheid, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. They came from Munich and Stuttgart, Germany, 4,700 miles something for one, 4,900 miles something for the other. So they made a big commitment to get here and join us in person. So come on up, guys. We have 2 Koha mugs for y'all. We also wanted to give a mug to the first in-person registration, the first person that made the commitment that they were going to come to KohaCon22, and that is Phyllis Goodisle, if I'm saying that correctly. Is she here? She's still not here, so we'll try again later on that one. We also want to recognize our hosts with conference mugs, and that would be George Williams and Robin Hastings, who are from the Northeast Kansas Library System. They're with the organization that put their name in to originally host the Koha:US conference, which then became the KohaCon conference. And we're so glad to be here in Lawrence. We also have some bug squashing awards. I'm going to start with the award for the most non-vendor, the non-vendor bug. Let me find the one I want. Well, non-vendor bug fails in the Koha community. And that is for Katrin Fisher. And I know she's not here, so we will be sending her certificate to her. But if you are on Bugzilla, you know that Katrin is there all the time, commenting on bugs, doing patches, doing QA, just doing everything. You see her name all over Bugzilla. She's super active and really contributes to the Koha community.
Barbara?
Yes.
Katrine is on the YouTube feed, and just a few minutes ago she said, I want a certificate. So this is awesome that we can give her one.
She gets the first certificate. Let's see. The second one we are going to do is for the most non-vendor bug sign-offs, and that is for David Nind. And also, if you are on Bugzilla, you will see how many sign-offs that David does. And he is also not here, but maybe he's on the feed and you'll see that he's getting a certificate. There you go. The next one we have is for the most vendor bug sign-offs, and that goes to Lucas Goss from Bywater. And the next one is for the most vendor bug fails in the Koha community, and that is a person that didn't register for this conference, Nick Clemens from Bywater Solutions. These people are super active in the Koha community. They help make Koha what it is. So have another round of applause for all our winners.
All right, we're going to jump into our next presentation, and you're going to help me with that. Okay, excellent. So this, okay, is Michael. Michael, are you here? Oh, come on up. And Michael, I am going to slaughter your last name. Is it Michael Spagnu? Oh, I can't do this. I can't even read in here. Spagnuolo? Oh, wow. Okay. From North Richland Hills Library. And he is talking about a fine-free Koha build. All right.
Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Good morning, everybody. I am here to talk about going fine-free. Let's start with a little audience participation. Raise your hand if you work at a library that lends out items to patrons. Okay. Now, keep your hand raised. Why did everyone drop their hand? Audience participation. Come on, keep your hand raised. Lower your hand if you charge fines for items for your patrons. So if you have fines, lower your hand. Oh, good. So we still have a lot of fine-free people in the room. Okay. So my fine-free build will be probably different than how you guys went fine-free. The best thing about Koha is it's very customizable and there's a lot of things you can do with it. Some probably wrong, and you're going to point at me and laugh. But that's what I'm here for, is to show you what not to do. Let's go with these slides. There we go. So April 4th, 2022 is when we went fine-free, pretty recent. We wanted to go the first of the month, but there was a lot of talk that that might not work out for us with a lot of our announcements. April 1st in the US is April Fool's Day, and that's when we play jokes on each other. So we decided not to send out a bunch of stuff that said April 1st was fine-free day. So it was April 4th. We sent out all the ravens, all the messenger pigeons, all the proper birds you're supposed to send out when you're doing announcements. And we're now living in the fine-free glory days of not having fines. How did we get there, though? It's a long and arduous road. We had to talk to the city. We had to talk to the finance department. We had to talk to a lot of people. It was a lot of work. I could talk for hours about that, but that's not why we're here. That would be a whole different presentation. We're going to talk just about Koha. So how do we go fine-free? So this is in circulation fine rules. There's a fine amount, and you just put zeros in all of them, and you are fine-free. We did it. I could end the presentation here, and we just, be fine. George would be very angry at me for only going like a couple minutes. And as you notice in your Koha little book, that's not all we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about some other things. On the back end of Koha, here's some other things you can change that deal with fines. I didn't. And you'll notice like one of them, this is from our system, and one is charge fines, and I still have calculate and charge fines listed. So it doesn't really matter as long as you have all those goose eggs in the baskets, it's not going to charge fines. But here's some more things you could mess with if you wanted your system to be correct. One other thing we wanted to do was, now that we're not charging fines, we also want to forgive the fines that are already in the system. So came up with a little report to look at the account lines in our database. The very important thing is where amount outstanding is greater than 0, because you don't want to list all of the paid fines. And then once we had that, we kind of had to filter out some stuff for our library. Our max fine was $20, so anything below that is probably a fine. That little less than greater than is not. So we charge a processing fee of $13.50 for all the lost items. So we want to keep the processing fee in. Anything that was lost, anything that was billed, we also used to charge a $5.35 billing fee. And some of this has to deal with migration. We just migrated to Koha in 2019, so it still has a lot of pre-Koha fines in there. Anything that says lost material fees, anything that looks like it has replacement in the notes or lost. That N stands for new cards. We used to charge $1 for a new card, and so we kind of kept that in there. And anything that was charging for book sale, we also kept in. Then once you have all that information, you need to find a way to get rid of the fines. I don't know how to do that, so I sent Bywater that report, and they did a thing, and now we don't have fines in it. You're a system administrator, you might know how to actually do that yourself. Then you have to update everything in Koha that mentions fines. At least that's what I had to do. So I had to update our notices, the Koha catalog, any of our receipts, and then a bunch of other people at our library had to update a bunch of other things. And we just found something a month ago that mentioned fines. And although we should have changed it, we just decided to look the other way and said, we're done with this. This is way too much things to reprint. So how are we holding patrons accountable? We're using the overdue notice and status triggers. There is a restrict column right there. And if you have that checked, what it does is once it sends the notice, it adds a restriction to that patron's account, and they cannot, depending on your preferences set up, they can't check out items and they can't put holds on items. And that's what we're doing. We have it set to 7 days for a first notice. It's very customizable. You can put that restriction on your second notice or your third notice, just how generous you want to be. We put 7 days, and that's it's pretty generous, but it's a holdover from a lot of other things. We have a 3-day grace period on all our overdue items. And that was mostly due to a while ago where Koha did not have digest notices for advanced due items. And so we did a workaround and we gave everyone a 3-day grace period. And then we also don't have automatic check-in. And so we wanted to give staff a couple of extra days before we started restricting patrons. And since it was a new system, we just wanted to give them a couple more days just in case they get used to it. So we landed on 7 days. Once an item is 7 days overdue, it blocks your account. You can't do anything with the library. And to make sure that works through, you also have to talk to people that library services you use to make sure that that restriction will block them. Previously, we had restricted patrons at $25. And now that we're doing this new restriction, we wanted to make sure it was going to block those services for patrons. So the one thing I was excited about doing this presentation is it gave me an excuse to sit down and go through our stats and try to find stats that prove that going fine free is helping our library. As you're going to see, those graphs don't really work out for me. And I'll show you why. So these all seemed reasonable things for me to try to find out ways that are making the library better. The first one is number of items marked lost by month. I have these giant spikes that help out nobody. Most of them are migrations. When we migrate, we just mark a bunch of things lost. And then between April the 14th to 16th, or the 2014 through 2016, we didn't actually mark items lost. We just left them on the patron's account and and then charged them. And then when that big spike is, we decide, oh, maybe we should mark things lost. We're going to try to remove them from the system eventually. So we actually set like a lost, I think it was 90 days lost. And then COVID-19 hit. And so we stopped marking things lost. And then on April 2022, we were like, maybe we should mark things lost again. And so that's why that huge spike is there. And then way at the end is now us marking things lost on a regular basis. So maybe later I'll have good stats using this. This is kind of looking at the same thing. Number of lost charges on patrons' accounts, migration, COVID-19, not really good information there. And then now we're actually have regular data. Oops, did I skip one? No. All right, number of checkouts. Maybe the number of checkouts due to our change is going to increase. Well, not really. If I kind of kept used just a few months, I can be like, yes, it is going up. But looking at broad data, not really. We had better circulation numbers before COVID, which is that huge drop. And then even last summer, we had better numbers. There's other factors going into this. We did not just get rid of fines. We also made a few other changes to kind of bargaining with the city to go with and to hold patrons accountable. First-time patrons can only check out 5 items now. That's their max. We used to not have a limit. So if it was your first time in the library from another city, you can check out 200 items and not come back to us. And we decided maybe this is a time to change that. And so summer being a time of new patrons coming in, but now we're restricting them from checking out what they wanted. And so that could also lead to this. We also lowered the number of renewals from 5 to 3. So that might also be something that could affect these numbers. Okay, so this graph, I finally actually got something. Number of items returned more than 30 days overdue. I'm looking at the Koha check-in date. And although I still have spikes, if you notice at the far end, it does look like more items are being returned that were long overdue. Now we're considering 30 days. So that's good news. And then this last graph I made because I kind of wanted definite proof that removing fines is helping. So as you can see, this is on the left side is no with overdue fines. On the right side is fine free. And those lines represent happiness and they're going up. Look, guys, they're going up. Patrons are happy, staff are happy, everyone's happier now. So here's a good graph that you want to show people. I was talking to someone and I wished I thought about this beforehand, but I wish I had something on the slide to represent things that were thrown at staff before fines or when we had fines, or quotes from staff about how mad patrons get. If you notice, patrons are still not as happy as staff, but just patrons, you can never make them happy. So problems we've run into, I'm going to go over a few things. Some of them are Koha related. Some of them are what are on me because Koha did not do what I wanted it to do or what I thought it did. And so maybe that'll help you because you'll think the same thing. The overdue notices that send out and restrict have different timings than this lost, marking things lost. It's a well-known bug out there. I listed the bug down there. Long overdue cron job does not follow the library's calendar and skips close days. And you can have the overdue notice, the thing that restricts, use that library calendar, and then trying to line them up seems very hard. And so to kind of remedy that, we just mark things 10 days later than what we actually say we're going to mark things. I think on paper it's 30 days. But because notices and holidays and Sundays, we just don't want to mark something lost before they get a notice that says, hey, we're marking this lost. It would be great if they could line up. Bywater has a cool blog post about using the emailer plugin. So you can, when you mark it lost, that seemed like too much, just added a couple of days to the long. The process of removal is not, so about using that restrict is it's great. On the overdue trigger, there is a system that when the item, we can take off the restriction. There's also Koha properties, the refund lost item, refund the lost item. So if they've been after 30 days and they return that item, that price of the item gets refunded and their account can be used. Remove that processing fee that our library is forced. It would be was automatic. Bug down there is ability to mark processing default refund when item is found. I understand that would lead to problems. Say we don't want to refund the product if it was paid for, and we're telling Koha to. It's like a whole workflow problem. But to fix that, have a report that looks at all lines and sees that bill that only have a processing fee, and then I have to go through and manually delete them or waive them. Okay, so this one's on me. I didn't realize when Koha told me all overdues, it meant all overdues. So, like I said, we restrict something that's 7 days overdue, and the system preference says allow overdue restrictions triggered by sent notices to be cleared automatically when all overdue items are returned by a patron. And that means all overdues, not the ones that trigger the restriction. And so we wanted a 3-day grace period. So if someone's in that 3-day grace period and still has that item kept out, it's considered overdue by Koha. And if they return that really, really late item, it doesn't remove the restriction automatically because they still have that 3-day overdue item. And the bug there is allow patrons to have overdue items that would not result in debarment when removing overdue debarments. And that's kind of what we want to see, what I would like to see. So I don't have to remove that restriction. And then another thing, return means returned. Should have known this. I just assumed Koha didn't do it this way. So when I want to mark a lost item as returned by, I want the item to fall off the patron's check-in when when it is marked lost. That's just how our workflow was in the past. And it makes it easier for our collection manager to remove items that have been lost a long, long time because we want those out of the system. Back in that old graph you saw, we used to not mark things lost. And so we had like 3 years of lost items just floating in our system that staff would have to kind of just filter through when looking for items. So we want to mark those out of the system. And if it's checked out to someone, Koha won't let you do it through the batch modifications. So we want it off the person's account. And so I found this cool system preference that I can mark it as returned and clear it off this person's account once we mark it lost. So we don't have to go in and mark it lost by ourselves. The problem is that is when it returns it off their check-in and charges the account, it returns it. And that allow overdue restrictions triggered by notices to clear automatically when items are returned also counts that as a return. So after the 40 days, it marks it lost, returns it, removes the restriction of the overdue notices because all the items are returned. Yeah, no, that was going to happen. So found that out. So there's a bug for it, ability to remove lost items from patrons' accounts without checking it in. It's kind of what we would like to do. Our workaround of this is we just went back, since it charges them, we are now using the do not allow patrons access if they have a certain fine amount. So that's how we worked around it. But I go back, staff like that huge restriction. We use CSS to make it bigger so they don't have to figure out, they don't have to try to look for the fine amount. Somehow that is harder to see than that huge restriction. So they like that there instead of that little fine. So that would be nice. We could keep that restriction there. And then going back to my graph of how I proved that more items were coming back. Well, they weren't, because returned means returned, and I was using that return date. So technically I reran that report, taking out the 41 days. So that would be things that this Koha marked lost, and it's now kind of following the normal data. So that's really something like we don't have proof that libraries that removing fines is making our books come back. It kind of just doesn't change things, and that's also a good thing. Like, it's not like removing fines, all your books are going to go away. But right now we just don't have data that shows it's making it better about books coming back. All right, I'm done talking. Any questions? Or is anyone else going fine free and they want to share what they're doing or what I'm doing wrong? I am here as well.
Michael, I have a question for you. A couple of them, actually.
Yes.
First one, you talked about triggering restrictions. We tried that, and we had a lot of complaints from patrons. We had trouble with that, and we ended up turning that off. Have you had a lot of complaints or any complaints from patrons when you triggered restrictions for those on those notices?
We've had some, and it's mostly patrons that have a lot of items out, and only if maybe one item is being blocked because of a hold. Now, really, they're angry because they expect nothing to change. Like they just want to come in, check out. They're like, why is it being blocked? It's like, oh, you have a hold that's a week, 2 weeks overdue. You need to bring that back. And they're like, well, whatever, I should be able to check out. And that's really what we're running into. It's not someone that's angry because they're following the rules. It's more a patron expects to just be able to check out and then pay the fine. They're used to the old way of just having to pay a fine or talking their way out of a fine when it comes up. And so we haven't run into a scenario that has caused us to rethink that. And I think it is just the buffer we're giving everyone is that 7 days instead of it being, the 3 days. I think it's enough that we can say, oh, but you're a week overdue, and they, it's on them. They're kind of feeling like, oh, that is kind of a ridiculous amount of time for me to just keep a book. Maybe I should bring it back. And I think that's helping us. It's just the amount of buffer we give there.
Okay. The second one, going back to, you had a slide that said returned items are equal returned.
Yeah.
Or returned means returned. Yes. Okay. So this one we've had particular problems with, especially because we have some libraries that go to collections. And so we've had a difficult time with a balancing act with that, because, in some respects, yes, we want items that are checked in to have those fines removed, but if they've gone to collections, we have no way of blocking that. And so we've run into issues where items are returned and we have no way of knowing before checking it in, oh, this has gone to collections, we shouldn't check it in, kind of thing. So it removes the fines. We've also run into the issue with this particular setting in that, we want people to be able to, we want staff to be able to delete items that have been lost for a long time, but finding the balance of where to do that, because we've had also items checked in. We've had items checked in, they've been removed, and there's this mysterious fine on the account if we turn certain settings on or off. And then on the flip side of that, we've had people turn things in and the charges have been removed and there's no accounting of that item ever being lost at that point. So this one has been particularly challenging, especially with today's workflows with going to collections. There's just no mechanism in Koha for collections. Have you, do you have
Well,
any collections experience?
So thankfully, we don't use collections. It's just all the library, us ourselves. So we don't have to worry about that. The other thing, yes, you were talking about that. We don't mark things out of the system 6 months until they're marked lost 6 months. And since we did that in April, we haven't run into that because that would be this, next month. So yes, we'll probably run into that problem soon of people returning items that were marked removed. That has happened even when we didn't do this, of removing items. It usually ends up to me, like this book isn't in the system, and then I have to look through all our fines and see if that book is mentioned in any of the fines, and then waive it if it is a lost fine, or a lost or damaged. So yes, that has happened, and it does leave more work for me as like the library system admin. A lot of the stuff automating just causes more work for me, which isn't great, but like removing processing fees, that's now my job to do at the end of, at the beginning or end of the month, is to go through and run that report and see what processing fee is and remove it. It does save time overall, but it does fall back on the Koha system administrator to do a lot of that upkeep and work, it seems. Yeah.
When you decided to go fine free, did you make a distinction between actual late fees and replacement fees for items that just weren't returned, period, after the?
Yes, and the person at our library that does all our announcements, that was one paragraph of the announcement was for patrons to, like, there is a difference between fines and lost items. I forget what she called it, but yes, that was one of the points of almost every fine free announcement was, we're still charging for lost and damaged items. That is different than fines. Yeah.
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
So I have a question.
Okay.
About your first time checkout limitation,
Mhm.
because for us, we have that as well. We have threats, but it's really a big lie because they could actually check out more. Is there a system preference that?
So what we do is we made a new patron category that was like whatever the category we wanted it as, so adult or child, and then we just put new in front of it, adult new, and we set the checkout limit to 5. And then I talked to the Wizards Bywater and said, hey, when the next day I want a cron to run to set the new category to what it's supposed to be. So from adult new, it would be changed to adult overnight. And so we don't have a max limit for 24 hours. It's just that max limit is that day. And then the cron runs overnight and then changes it all to the patron category it should be.
So like the next day they could come in
And the
check
next day
out.
they could come in, yeah.
Okay.
But when we were looking at data, it really was just users coming in first time, looking at their creation date. That was the checkout date of all the lost items, and they just didn't come back. I forget how many, but it was a big portion of our lost items were just first time users that didn't come back. And so we decided, so if they do come back the second day and check out 200, at least they came back. There is a notorious patron in our system that came in from a city near Dallas, which is about an hour away from us, and checked out like 200 items and never returned it. So it was one of those decisions. Well, I guess if they want to drive an hour back to do it, we'll
I think they came to my
go with that.
library too.
Yeah, they might do that, but
We're neighbors.
yeah, but at least they may, they came back. And then it was the idea that, even if we would have to set it to a really long limit or a really long time for that limit to stop that from happening. So it would have, and they still probably would have done it. So the one thing with our library setup is we don't have a limit on most items. And so that you can check out as many books as you want. We only limit we have on DVDs is 10. And so we run into the thing of people driving and checking out like 200 items and not returning them. And so that's really what we're trying. And we've only been on it for, like I said, 6 months. So we'll see. I didn't pull data for that yet, but we'll see if that actually is helping.
Okay, I have one more question.
Yeah.
Did you say you have automatic renew?
We do.
Okay, so one of the things that frustrates me with that is they have an overdue item and I send out a notice. And then all the other items that they have checked out that aren't due yet will also renew. Is that how you work it or what do you
Yeah.
do?
Yeah, that's kind of how we work it. And we're okay with that. Yeah.
You're
I know
nicer than I am.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, we just let it renew. And so they could just bring back that one item. And I think that's why if there was a hold on an item, we don't necessarily want everything to come back from them. We just want that one item to come back. And I think it would really, I do see some problems in the system where something becomes lost and they were checking out they were checking out things. Well, I think it was previously. So we've stopped it a lot with the 7 days. And we're probably too lenient on people just telling us that an item was to return and taking their word for it. So I do see, yes, people can come in and then sit and have more items than they should because of just that one item and not just blocking it all. But we're going to live with it. We're going to let them check out, unfortunately.
There are several comments. This is quite a thread on YouTube. A lot of people are discussing the mechanisms of fine-free and the advantages and disadvantages. Several people seem to have questions about what Christopher said. Christopher said that there are no collections in Koha. And I think I've clarified that for everybody in YouTube, because I think what you really meant to say was there is no built-in automatic mechanism in Koha for collection agencies. And I think that's what you meant, because I think that confused a lot of people. And then somebody asked a question about auto renew and you just answered that. So perfect.
Yeah. And so I guess question to you, Christopher, do you have a bug that would about the fine that would just, you would want to mark a fine as like collection and not have it be removed by?
I can't remember if I've filed a bug. I know I've been talking with our vendor about that, Bywater, about that. So we have this active conversation, but I can't remember if I have a bug specifically yet, because this one is kind of, I don't know, a little nebulous. It's trying to pin down exactly what we need, because I mean, you know, there's no easy way for me to describe the situation that we're dealing with to and finding that balance between, you know, who can do, you know, when those fees get removed, and then we had the added complication of the collection agencies and when those things can be removed. And so it's, I kind of compromised at the moment. I'm kind of settling right now with where when you check those items in, when you click on the barcode and change the loss status of it so that we can delete those things, that's where we can remove it and it doesn't remove the fee. So we've kind of settled in that area, but I'm not happy with it because there's still the possibility of a staff member clicking on that barcode and changing it, or they're just checking the item in somewhere and that fee disappears. So, you know, it's still a conversation that we're having and trying to wrangle in, okay, what exactly needs to happen and how do we want to phrase this in a bug? So.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, or can I leave the stage?
All right, you're free. Thank you.
Yay.
All right. Our next presentation is by our own president, Barbara Glass for Johnson. You go by both, so I don't know which one to use all the time. From Bedford Public Library. So she's talking about redesigning cover flow, enhancing the user experience, and I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, so redesigning cover flow, enhancing the user experience. So this is our library, Bedford Public Library. We are located in Bedford, Texas, which is in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, which is North Central Texas. We're located right next to Michael's Library in North Richland Hills. We're a single site facility. We have just under 50,000 population. We have a collection of about 112,000 items, about 34,000 patrons, and our annual circulation is around 400,000. So here's a picture of our former OPAC display. Okay. And it's not bad. We were using a third-party widget, and we were ready for a change. We wanted to move away from the sort of the carousel style of display. And we'd been using this same display since 2016. So it was ready for, to do something different. So the issues we had, it was a third-party widget. It was a little dated looking, not bad, but just a little dated. We were only focusing on a limited number of collections in that display. It had automated scrolling, and for some people it was too fast, and for other people it was too slow. It would take a long time for the entire carousel to run through, and that also frustrated people. It required manual updates by me, and so that took some time. And I would also get involved in other things and sort of forget to keep it as current as it needed to be. At times it was a little buggy, and so I'd have to kind of work around those things. There would be times where the vendor would have an issue, and so then I'd walk by an OPAC in my public library and there'd be a big blank screen because it wasn't working, and so didn't like that. It was supposed to be responsive, but I had some issues with that, so I didn't think it was looking really great on all the different sizes of media that we all use. And it was low cost, but it wasn't free. So this is what a typical cover flow looks like. You can, design it different ways. This one, I'm not sure if this is using the cover flow or the carousel, but there's a setting for it, for how it looks. And so this wasn't really exactly where we wanted to go. We weren't really a fan of the large cover in the center with the angled covers on the sides. We didn't really like the titles underneath and the shadows that the titles had. And there are different things you can do with it. But when we looked at cover flow, it was just like that's not really where we want to go exactly. And we were looking for a way to display more titles all at once. Okay. So after we thought about things, we realized that we were really kind of wanting a gallery type display. We wanted to be very contemporary looking. We wanted to highlight new titles from specific collections in our library. Whatever we did, we were hoping it would increase patron discovery and increase circulation. I wanted it to be easy to maintain, and I wanted it to be efficient, so to be able to use the ability of running it off the reports in Koha so that I wasn't doing something third party on the outside. I wanted it to be totally responsive, and you know, why not have it be no additional cost? So here's what we came up with. This is just a snippet of one of the galleries that we have in there. This is our home and garden collection. It uses 3 main tabs across the top. So we've got one for new adult books, new teen books, and new kids books. And then each of those main tabs is broken down into the sub collections of the area. So we've got all kinds of different collections in adult that we specifically want to make sure that our users see all the new books we're having in our system. And then this is just a picture of one of the picture book galleries with all the pretty little picture book covers. The gallery, I didn't put the whole screenshot on here because it would be too small, but on a desktop computer in our OPEX in the library, the gallery displays 6 covers across and 4 down. So a total of 24 covers is visible to the patron on the screen. And if you're using an iPad in landscape view, it's going to switch to 4 covers across with 6 rows. And if you use your iPad in portrait, it's going to be 3 across and 8 down. And phone is 2 across and 12 down. So it's still the same number of covers, but it's adjusting depending on what kind of device you're deciding to use. So in order to do this, there were several areas in Koha that I had to deal with. So I'm going to go through each of them. So reports, we have to deal with the cover flow plugin itself, do some HTML in the OPEC main user block, and then style it with CSS. And then there's a little bit of JS in there to add some functionality. So under reports, you have to create 1 or more public reports. It's only required to have the biblio number, the ISBN, and the title. But there's some extra fields we decided to add in so that we could target these specific collections, and I'll go into that in just a second. You need to decide on the number of covers that you want to display. And then sorting. At first, when we did this, we decided to sort it by date accessioned so that the newest items would display first. But we later changed it to random so that when the page is refreshed, you'll get a new set of covers. And I'm not sure we've completely decided which one's better, but we've tried both. And for each of the galleries, you need a separate report for each one that you want to show. So this was the basic cover flow report we started from. I'm a big fan of finding something that works and, you know, using it just like that, if that's what works, or using it as a basis for making it into something new. And so this is where we started. And it's bringing in the biblio number, the ISBN, the title, and the date accessioned from the items. And then You'll see there later on, it has limit 24. So that's where it's bringing in that it's going to only include 24 at a time. That group by biblio number part, I found out that helped me prevent duplicates. So if I had 10 James Pattersons, it wasn't showing 10 James Pattersons in the display. It would just show the one. And then that bottom portion is sorting it. So right now we're doing it by random, but you can do it by date accessioned. So these were the additional fields that we put in the where statement in the SQL. So each of ours, we're basing it on a location. So I used permanent location. Originally, I used just the location, and that FN is our location of fiction new. Originally, I just used the regular location, but we used the, I guess it's the cart to shelf feature. And so I was not capturing the items that we call it recently returned, is what the language is in the catalog. Those would fall out of the cover flow because they had a temporary location for a while. So we're using permanent location. So I have reports for, you know, this one's fiction new. I have another one that's fiction mystery, or yeah, fiction new mystery. So we've got a report for each one of these. The status, we didn't want to have it include things that were in processing. So that not for loan, not equal to -2, we'll take those out of the report. The date, I didn't create that. I got that from somewhere. I put it, you change the number of days, so it has 30 days in there. Originally, they were all set to 30 days. And then later we discovered that depending on the cataloging workflow during the year and what we're cataloging, sometimes we needed to increase that to make sure we were capturing everything. And we didn't end up with a cover flow that would only show like 18 covers or something like that. We always want it to have the 24 so that it looks, you know, full and streamlined. And then we are not a fan when an item doesn't have an actual cover. So those will, it doesn't happen a lot, but it happens some. And I found out that there's a way to get rid of that. It's after the fact, and there may be another way to do it, but I found if I actually went in there and put in the where statement to have the biblio number not equal to the specific biblio number of that title, then that's pulled out of the results. And I just pull that out of the, you know, it comes out of the cover flow because I really don't want that. You know, that looks like something's broken and I don't like that. So this is the final cover flow report, and it may be a little small to look at there, but I just wanted to have a slide that showed all of it in one place. And where it says, where the where statement starts, the biblio number not equal, like in this example, I've got 2 of them that I pulled out. And later, those will drop off because the 30 days, you know, those won't be in the group anymore, but it doesn't matter. And then later, if I find another one that's the case, I just go into the report and put in a different biblio number and save it. And then that one will get pulled out. So the next thing we have to do is go into cover flow. But before we do that, we need to know the report number, because that's important in the setup of the cover flow plugin. So for this example, our report number was 870. So I'm going to need that when I go into the rest of my setup. So here we're going to talk about the CoverFlow plugin. So the first thing you need to do is install the plugin if you don't already have it. And I'm not going to go over how to install it. I've got a few resources at the end that will, there's some great stuff out there to show you how you install it. And so those are at the end. And if you're supported by a vendor, they can install that for you. So the CoverFlow that's installed in our system right now is version 2.5.3, and it needs a minimum Koha version of 1905. We're currently on 2011.10 or something like that. So once you've got your CoverFlow in there, then you're going to go over to the configure button in order to get into the different settings. That first part, link options, we clicked the box to use the images as the links. We didn't want to include the title because we wanted this to have a really clean look. You can probably do that, and you might have to adjust some of your CSS, but I'm sure that's doable. And then the next part of the configuration is the image options. And we're controlling all of our sizing and margins and all of that through CSS. So I have left that part blank. So then the next part you'll go into with the plugin is the mapping. And the first part is that report number. So number 870, the ID is going to be the report number. So that's what ties your report into your CoverFlow mapping in order to make it work. The selector is the name, and I think it can be anything, whatever you'd like to call it. And then we've got options, and the standard CoverFlow options are CoverFlow, carousel, wheel, or flat. And we had tried all those out and just didn't want any of those. That's what's built into the CoverFlow. So I wondered if I used something else, what would happen? So I just put in grid thinking, I wonder if somehow it uses that, but it's not documented or something. And of course it didn't really do anything, but that was sort of the point. It allowed me to sort of kill the inherent behavior of what's in the CoverFlow plugin, because I was wanting to sort of break this and move away from the standard display. The typical CoverFlow, the spacing is something like -0.5. And that's, I think, what controls the way the covers sort of overlap in that example I had earlier. Well, we didn't really want that, so I set that to 0. And then the autoplay and the loop, we didn't want it to move around. We wanted a static 24 covers on the screen all the time, so I set all of that to false. So now we're going to go into the OPAC main user block. This is where all the HTML is to define what's going to show on the main page in your OPAC. If you're on 2011 or 2205, it'll be under HTML customizations in tools. If you're on an older version, I think you still find it under news, and that's where your OPAC main user block would still be in the news section. But in the newer versions, it's under HTML customizations. And then I go in there and I find my OPAC main user block. So this is the part where you have an idea and you don't exactly know how to get there. And you don't exactly understand everything that's in there, but you somehow just plug away. And in the end, it all worked out. So I don't completely understand all of the settings in here, but what ended up happening was creating the main tabs on the page, creating the sub tabs on the page, and then configuring each of the cover flows. So that's an example of a portion of what I've got in my OPAC main user block. And let me check my notes. Hold on. So that portion, I somehow came up with this, and somehow this is what makes it look good on all the different devices. Again, sometimes it's just trial and error. And I think it goes to show that you maybe don't always have to understand all of this in the beginning. You have a vision and you continue on, and you plug away and you end up with something new in the end. And this is more of what's in the main user block. So this is for the main tabs, the large ones that were at the top, in order to define those sections of new adult books, new teen books. And it shows where all of it's referencing adult in all those different places in that top one. So I've got those highlighted in red so you can see it. And this is for the sub tabs. So these are for like the new fiction, the new mystery, the new picture books, the actual collections. And it's very similar, and it has, it shows in red there where I'm focusing on in that particular one. I needed to show my new fiction. And I think that was just another example of, for the next sub tab that was teen, I'm just doing this for every single one of them to create all of these different main tabs and sub tabs. And then I had to have HTML in there to show each of the different cover flows. And so that's what this is a portion of, showing the HTML for the new fiction and new mystery. So then we get to the OPAC user CSS. So you may have noticed that our main Koha page spans the entire screen, which is not the way everyone's is. Sometimes you use some of them are in like 3 columns, and you have the login box over there on the right. We have never had the big login box over there. So this was the CSS we're using to make it span the entire width of the screen. You could still do this. You could still have the login box on your screen on the right and use some different CSS and make it work to show, maybe just span those 2 columns. And if you remember Lucas and Jesse's presentation yesterday on their demo or model site, Lucas had some covers that were in a gallery type display, and he had the login box on the right, and he had a smaller sort of gallery display. So they're all ways you could do this. It doesn't have to span the entire screen. So we wanted to set the size and the margins for each cover. I played around with this a lot for, what looks good. What does it look good on all kinds of devices? So this is what we ended up with on the width and the height of the actual covers. And again, also with the margins in between, how much white space looked good, was whatever I was using, was it too much? Was there too much white space? Was there too little and it seemed too crowded? So we just played around with this a lot to, get a something that we felt was a nice presentation. So also we wanted to make sure the user could know, which title they were currently on. So we added a blue border so that you can know if you're clicking on a particular cover, that's your currently selected item. And that's the CSS for that blue border. And then for the main tabs and the sub tabs, I've just got a lot of CSS for, for the width, the margin. And again, these were things that I don't inherently know, but I played around with. I do have a test server, so it allowed me to do these settings, see what it looked like, think, well, that looks awful, I don't want that, so I'd go back to the drawing board, try something else, and just keep at it until we got to a display that we were satisfied with. And some more CSS for those main tabs. And more. So I'm not really going to go through this, but just examples of the code that we actually have in place at the time. And I did struggle. I've always struggled with making something look good on all devices. So I'm sitting at my desk and it looks great on my desktop, and then I'd look at it on a phone and I would think, well, people that use it from a phone, this is awful. They can't access everything. They can't see everything. And this worked pretty well across devices, but I did add a little bit of something for larger screens, and this was for the sub tabs. I didn't want them to go the entire width of the screen. I wanted to keep them a little bit more the width of the actual gallery. So that's all this is. And then there's a little bit of OPAC user JS for the navigation. And I struggled with this. I'm a person who it's like, I want to just keep doing this and figure it out. And I spent some time on this, and this is when you finally decide you need help. And so I got with Bywater, and Lucas wrote some jQuery that would allow us to, what the problem was is I was clicking on one of the tabs, but as I clicked and moved off onto a new tab, it wouldn't really show the corresponding cover flow that it was supposed to. So the navigation wasn't really working. So he came up with this, and that allowed it, to actually get the right display the right contents for the tabs that you're clicking on. So things we'd like to see, the cover flow uses images from Amazon, or it may use, if you've got the Cosi set up, does it use it from there, or is it just Amazon? I'm not sure, but anyway, we use Syndetics for the images in our catalog, and we would love it if the cover flow could work with those vendors. We use Syndetics. I know a lot of other people use Baker and Taylor. Those are paid services, but they have images for items that Amazon wouldn't. Like we have Playaway audio titles in our collection. We have Wonder Books in our collection. And typically Amazon is not going to have cover images for those types of things. Also, we've got some local cover images. We have a Library of Things collection. We have STEM kits. We have literacy kits. And so in the catalog, we've taken photos of those and uploaded them to those bib records so that it looks really good in the other part of the catalog. But we can't really create a cover flow for those things, because first off, they don't have ISBNs, and I don't think you can target just the locally uploaded cover images. We'd like to be able to more easily prevent the display of titles that have no cover images, so I don't have to kind of do my little backdoor after the fact, pulling them out of the cover flow. I had the thought of being able to do a report that would maybe be able to target specific subject headings. So we were thinking of, I think it was more than just the collections we have, but like we wanted to do a specific subject heading, but apparently that would make it use too many resources, I guess. So we kind of put that aside. I don't even know if this would be possible, but with our third-party widget, we could actually go to a URL, and if that page had ISBNs for the, like a New York Times page, and you're looking at all of the covers, and if the code actually had the ISBNs in it, it would be able to then use that URL and pull those covers into the widget. And that's how a lot of our third-party ones were set up. So that would be nice. When working with the CoverFlow plugin, every time you make a change and you save it, it goes back to the main CoverFlow page. So there was a lot of back and forth. So a save and continue button on the CoverFlow setup would be nice. And for our, what we ended up with was 20 cover flows. So that's a lot of code in the mapping in the CoverFlow plugin. And we ended up heightening the box where all of that is with some CSS, but inherently it's pretty short. And so I was doing all this scrolling up and down to find my settings. So a longer, taller CoverFlow configuration area would be nice. And maybe that's only, important in the very beginning when you're setting up, because now that it's set up, I don't really have to go back in there. And here were some resources for actually getting that CoverFlow plugin installed. Another thing you can do, which we haven't yet, all of ours are based on a location code in the report, but you can do cover flows from lists. And we haven't gotten there yet. We might create a list of specific awards, or we might create a list of titles that are for a holiday season or something like that. And then we could use that particular cover flow and put that on our main page if we wanted to. We haven't done that quite yet. So that's it. That's what we ended up with. And it took a lot of back and forth testing, but it was sort of a matter of having a vision in the beginning and wondering how in the world are we going to get there, but just kind of plugging along. And in the end, I think it turned out pretty nice. So any questions?
Hi. Two things. The part where you have topic areas, I kind of got confused a little bit. Are they pulling from your collection codes?
They're actually pulling from my location codes, and
Okay.
I think some libraries use collection codes the way we do, and sometimes they're kind of reversed. So, I mean, you could do it either. If you kind of define very specifically the way your collection is through your collection codes, you can use that. And our specificity for what's in our collection is sort of more by the location code. So that's what we used, but collection code would work fine.
Okay. And then the other thing is, just so other people know, when we encountered the same problem with the covers, some of them not showing up.
Mhm.
And my boss and I sat in an office one day and we're like, what do we do? Do we want to eliminate the books that don't have covers, or do we want to do something else? And we were given an opportunity to just create a static image where we just took a really cool picture of one of our rare book covers. They're sort of rando, doesn't have a title on or anything. And we just populate that image as whenever there isn't a cover, that's the cover that gets shown, so
Yeah.
that people will actually be able to see the title and maybe they'll be curious enough to click on it. So that's what we ended up doing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, I like to make a little advertisement, because we at LMS Cloud actually created a similar solution that ticks most of the boxes on your wish list already.
All right.
And you can, for example, you can use Elasticsearch queries to get the titles that you want to display. And it supports 2 modes. You can have a scrollable list that scrolls sideways, and this gallery thing that you showed earlier.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, if you're interested, it's just Google LMS cover flow, and it's on GitHub. It's open source, so it's also free of charge.
So I have a quick question for you. So you answered one of my questions towards the end, but I was wondering, so you said you were doing something for items that didn't have covers. What were you doing?
So in the SQL, in the where statement, I just go and find what's the actual biblio number for that title. And so I go in there and I think I'm saying biblio number not equal to, and then I plug in the actual biblio number. And so then it's, it's like, oh, you don't want that one. So it just pulls it out.
Okay.
Did that
Yeah.
answer your question?
Yeah. My report that I do for our cover flows, I just excluded groups of things that I knew were probably not going to have images in whatever set that we were pulling from. So that was my quick and dirty solution. But it would be nice if there was a way to incorporate those built-in images that we upload to Koha.
And I actually, when I started this in the report, I actually added some SQL, which I didn't write, that pulls the cover image into the report, because I wanted to see not only just, the list of contents, but I wanted to see, well, what are those images? And so then I started to think, well, maybe there's a way that when I see that, no cover image found, I can exclude that from the report at that time, but I couldn't figure that out. And so if there is a way, that would be great.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, so you displayed 24 images. Do you include any kind of link to further the search if people want to go beyond those 24 to search that category or anything?
You basically have to refresh the page. And I have thought about, I think you've got something in your catalog that's like more titles, and I would like to potentially do something like that, but it isn't there now.
Yeah, it's a little tricky because the way you search on a report is a little bit different than how you link to a catalog search. So it makes it a little bit challenging, but yeah. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
Okay. We are taking a short break, but a couple things here. There is a bowl over by Robin at the registration table. If you have not put your name in that on a slip of paper yet, please do, because we have door prizes. So we will be doing those door prizes later on. So this is your last chance to get your name in the bowl. Also, we are doing a photo during break. Right now we're a little bit over, so we'll probably cut into our panel questions a little bit, but so we'll still give you the 15-minute break. So we will gather, let's give you until 10:15 to run to the restroom and make yourself pretty for our picture. We're going to be gathering over under the balcony. We'll have somebody take a picture from the balcony. So get your snacks or whatever before then, so you're not grabbing snacks in the picture. And so we'll gather over there at 10:20. All right. Oh, we got one award real quick.
There was one additional award that I forgot, and this one is to Dan Alexander for you have more ribbons on your name badge at the KohaCon22 than anyone else. Way to go, Dan.
All right, we'll see you in the back in 5 minutes. We're going to gather in about 2 minutes, folks. We're going to have everybody gather back here towards the balcony, and Greg is going to. Greg, are you doing the photo? All right, awesome. He'll make his way up there and he'll instruct us on what he needs from us to get everybody in the picture. So we're going to gather right over here behind the tables, between the tables and the balcony. This ensures there are no double chins in the picture. So everybody come this way, past the tables. Go right through in here. Come, everybody come up in here. All right, we'll let Greg get up there and he can tell us if we need to adjust it all. Thank you very much, folks. We're going to gather back in about 2 minutes here for our panel. All right, folks, we're going to start here. If you'd gather back to your tables, and I'd like to have our KohaUS SIG leaders to come on up. Lucas, you're up. Have a seat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. All right. Perfect. Okay. All right, folks. So this segment is called our coffee and SIGs. Hopefully you have some coffee. If you don't have coffee, that's okay. But SIGs is our special interest groups for KohaUS. And we wanted to take a little bit of time talking about our special interest groups, introduce our leaders, and talk about the ones that aren't here. And just briefly introduce you to what the groups are about and what they're up to. So I want to start off by having, we have a microphone here we're gonna pass down, and Bob, since you're in front of the microphone, we're gonna start with you and go down the group, but I'd like you to introduce yourself and tell us what you do personally or at work. Describe the group that you're in, what group you're part of, and when you usually meet.
So my name is Bob Benhoff. I am in Colorado. I manage something called AspenCat, which is a consortia. So fittingly, I lead the consortia special interest group that meets every other month on Thursday mornings, kind of depending on which time zone you're in. With Koha, there's a lot of different settings you can do, and the more branches you have, the more complex things can get. So we just try to gather together and talk through our different setups. We often have people kind of drop in that are either looking at moving to a Koha consortia or are kind of new to that type of thing. And we end up just talking a lot about like how we approach different things. And then as always, look at like a lot of different bugs and discuss those.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Kuiper. I work at the Round Rock Public Library in Round Rock, Texas, which is just north of Austin, if you know anything about Texas geography. And I am the, I always have to think about this, the manager of technical services and collection development, which is just a really long title for I manage the stuff at the back of house at the library. So anything that anybody else doesn't do, I get appended to my title. So that's how that works. And yeah, I attended the KohaCon in Portland a few years ago, 4 years ago, I forget. And they had a thing there where they did round tables, and they asked me to facilitate one of the round tables, and that turned into the first SIG for KohaUS. And so that's kind of how we got started. Was there was a group of us at Portland, and we sat around and we said, you know, we need to talk to each other more. You know, we need to not just, you know, once a year or whatever, let's meet more frequently. So we set up, with the help of Margaret from Bywater, we set up time and forum group, I guess a Google group and things like that, got it started. So we meet once a month.
That's the group.
Oh, yeah, I'm keeping you all in suspense. acquisitions. It's very exciting. So we are the acquisition SIG, and I always say as acquisitions goes, so goes the rest of the library, because you can't really do anything without the acquisitions part of it. So we meet monthly, Tuesdays, second Tuesday, I think, of the month, and we get together. We'll usually have maybe a topic that we're going to discuss. I encourage people to bring what they're dealing with to the groups, and we have, you know, collectively come up with some specifications for new developments for the bugs. We've talked about how to track changes in your budgets, you know, like pandemic shows up, the city takes money away. How do you track that? You know, those kinds of things. Some wonderful person gives your library a donation for a specific collection. You know, how do you track that and keep, you know, realize that that's a donation for that year and you're not going to have that money again the next year. Barbara and I are trying to work through end of year processing, trying to come up with some kind of workflow that will work for end of year processing, because it's always kind of a craziness at that time. So you're welcome to join us. We'd love to have more ideas, and yeah, that's acquisitions.
I'm Barbara Johnson. I'm Technical Services Manager and System Administrator at Bedford Public Library, Texas. I am the SIG leader for the demonstration instance special interest group. And that is basically Bywater supplied us with a demo Koha instance. And I'm not sure how that came about, but it was there before I got there. And so we populated that Koha with patrons and, you know, just everything. We put all kinds of data in it, and we placed holds and set up acquisitions and, you know, catalog things. And so it's got, you know, a small amount of data in it. And we can use that demonstration instance for, in fact, last year at ALA, we had two people at our koha-US booth, and they had the demonstration instance up in the booth. And so they could, you know, kind of show off Koha. And the group worked really hard to get it ready for last year's KohaUS conference in McKinney, Texas, and then also to make sure it was, you know, ready for ALA, which was summertime. We haven't met recently. I believe our meetings are the last Tuesday or fourth Tuesday of the month, probably at 10 o'clock. Anybody can join. And we also use that demonstration instance. KohaUS does a lot of videos. And in fact, Christopher and George Williams do their terrific, every other Thursday, terrific videos. And well, and one of the reasons to have the demonstration instance is you want to show off things, but your own Koha is going to have your patron data in it, and you really don't want to be exposing that out to everybody. So this is a way that we can, you know, use patrons and show off things, because these patrons, you know, they don't really exist. And it's also a way where you don't have to make a lot of changes to your own live production system and maybe mess something up for your day-to-day operations. So that's how that one all came about.
I'm Lucas. I'm a web developer for Bywater Solutions. And so naturally, along with Jason, I co-host the Web Dev Special Interest Group. We meet the third Thursday of every month and talk about things like CSS and JavaScript and go over bugs that are web developing type bugs. And
Hi, I'm Jason. I'm not a SIG leader. I just saw an empty chair and I filled the void because that's what I do. I have been filling in for the sysadmin SIG group. We meet the second Tuesday of every month. And sysadmin is just everything really. We talk about bugs, we talk about reports are usually a highlighted topic. And then just like managing a Koha system. Most of the people that attend the sysadmin group are sort of not at the back end level, but the front end level of Koha administration. So working with system preferences, working with, sometimes we talk about JavaScript and CSS and things overlap between web dev and that sort of thing. But really the group is open to discuss any sort of issue that you might have with Koha from sort of the higher level of usage.
And the person that's actually jumping into sysadmin is Andrew Firsty Henry. And so he's taken over that SIG. And so we appreciate that. And we have a gentleman that's not here, and then we'll jump to Heather. But for our circulation SIG is Daniel. Oh, he is. Oh,
yeah, Daniel
I didn't-
Gagan. I just
Go
saw
ahead.
the link, so I was like, I need to get in here. So yeah, my name is Daniel Gagan, and I'm the head of the circulation SIG. And what we go over in the circulation meetings is basically, any new circulation features you've found, or anything that you've noticed, some great workarounds. We also look at some of the bugs, and if anybody has noticed any, and ask for comments on them. So we meet the first Tuesday of the month. Usually I'm going from Mountain Standard, and that's 11 a.m., but it's 10 a.m. Pacific and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. So if you're interested in circulation, if you got some great ideas or anything you want to share, we definitely take topics. I usually send them out about a week in advance, although this has been a trying time for me, just the technical issues, but we'll be having ours tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard, and hope to see you there. So.
And then Heather.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Heather. I am an actual cataloger. I even have a t-shirt with Mark data on it. And I work at the San Francisco Maritime National Historical Park Research Center, which is a museum special library. And I appreciate the Koha-US demo very much because our catalog is very special and very odd. I chair the cataloging special interest group, and we meet on the first Thursday of the month. And we will pretty much talk about anything because we're the ones making and changing and updating the bib and item records, even authority records. And oftentimes our group is a great group for people to come to if they're just not sure. It's like, what is this related to? This is the thing I want to do. This is a problem. How do people do it? People sometimes send me questions ahead of time, and we'll open up with those. The meetings are generally a roundtable. Questions, answers, comments, new features, bugs, and even the standard. I have this weird thing. How should I catalog it so my users can find it? Who are your users? That sort of thing. We'll even talk about Z3950. We've even talked about BibFrame. So we'll pretty much talk about anything. And we are meeting tomorrow too. So I hope to see everyone there.
And I just wanted to add, we're open to pretty much anybody that's interested in the comment in the topics, right? We're not closed off to members or anything. So if anybody has an interest in any of these topics, they're welcome to join in. And our schedules are always listed on the koha-US.org. So you can find the schedules there and the links to the meetings. Barbara, I hope you don't mind, since you had a little bit of extra time in your presentation, we'll cut into our next, our general meeting about 10 minutes. Is that all right? Okay. All right. So just had a few questions for the panel to help you understand the group a little bit better and see where they're at. And this can go to anyone in the panel. I'm not going to have you all answer this if you don't want to, but I wanted to find out what has been your group's biggest hurdle or challenge so far as you've been leading your SIG. Anybody have anything they'd like to share?
I have the microphone, so I'll just say something. I think the biggest challenge for SIGs has been participation. We would love to see more people at these things, because the more people, the more ideas we can have, the more things we can get off the ground. So that's my 2 cents.
And this is a KohaUS group, but it's not limited to KohaUS, and it's not limited to the US. Anybody from any country, we just want participation. You know, you can pose questions, and we meet, but there are Google groups. So if you're in the group, you can also, you know, send a question out and somebody may jump in. I know a lot that happens a lot with the cataloging group, that they'll have a specific, you know, how do I handle this thing? And somebody else will jump in and say, have you thought about such and such? So that's another way to get involved in that.
Oh, Heather's got something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in and say I think the only challenge for our group is sometimes people say, well, I'm not a cataloger. And there are very few people who have that word in their job title. And so I try to put out there that if you have described anything, that's cataloging. Have you, you know, put into a spreadsheet anything? That's cataloging. Have you told your tech services people that you'd like to find something when you're looking for it this way? That's cataloging. And so I would love to encourage people who don't identify as a cataloger or don't think that they do cataloging to come to our SIGs, listen in, or view our recordings to maybe learn more about our little strange world, because we're trying to make everything so that everyone can find it. And if we don't hear how people want to find things, then we won't have ideas about how to make those findable.
All right. Anyone else?
I'd
Oh,
actually
go ahead.
piggyback on Heather's. Your topics, they're, you know, you can bring any topic to a meeting, and usually there's something, you know, we can help you with, or we can give you some advice that might aid you in a way that you didn't think about. So if you think something's just like an admin question, you bring it to the CIRC meeting, that's not a big deal. We might actually have something that will solve the issue that you're seeing, and you know, you don't actually have to go to the admin meeting. So topics are very fluid in these meetings. That's what I'm trying to actually get at. So
Barbara.
Also, I think, especially for me, when I first started going to these meetings, it felt like, you know, I don't want to ask a question and look stupid. You know, I felt like I needed to know things before I even went to the meeting, but that's not the case. That's the whole purpose, is to come there and say, I don't know how to do this, or I did this and it's now doing something and I want it to stop. That's not what I intended, you know. So really, I mean, it's just an open forum. You don't have to have any skill level. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to have your Zoom camera on if you don't want it on. So, you know, any questions are fine, any skill level.
I think too, you know, this has been more of an extension of what started at KohaCon, and we incorporated into our yearly koha-US meetings or conferences. But it's just an extension of that, in that we're just getting together and brainstorming about these things. So yeah, you definitely don't have to be an expert in any one of these categories to listen in at the very least, and contribute and talk about something, because maybe they're talking about something that might involve a workflow that you're involved in, and you can contribute some perspective on that they might not have. As we all know, people that develop don't necessarily have a complete grid for how things work in the real world. So having the people that are out in the real world using the product on the end can have a lot to contribute to the discussions and understanding. So we appreciate everybody that gets involved in these groups. Anybody else have anything to share before I move on to the next question? All right, let me ask you this. In the time that you've been in your groups, have any of you had any great takeaways or anything that had a great outcome from discussions?
I think one of the great things about Koha is there's so many unique ways you could do that. And so every time we have a discussion, I learn so much about how different libraries have different needs, and there's completely different ways to approach things. And that's always fascinating. And sometimes it's useful to be like, that's an idea we need to incorporate. And a lot of times it's not, and that's okay too. It's something that is just a real interesting idea. Maybe it'll never come up for what my libraries need, but I can't think of anything specific, but I know we talk a lot about like different ways holds work in a consortial environment, and everyone has different setups that have attended the groups, and different ways they're trying to approach things. And that has helped me in some cases solve some of my own problems, but also just made me appreciate all the different ways that Koha can be utilized.
I've had a couple of aha moments in the SIGs where specifically I'm thinking about workflow change that came about for purchase suggestion processing that really helped us. We've got a whole bunch, like 8 librarians that do purchase suggestions, that handle purchasing for the entire library collection. And I didn't realize that you could make authorized values that, like it says pending and accepted and rejected. You can make other authorized values that I put the collection developers' names in there. So we just have one person that monitors the pending list, and then they will just slot it over to whichever collection developer is the right one. And then you can look, as a collection developer, you go in there, you look at, does my tab even exist? And if so, what do I have under my tab, instead of having to go through that whole pending list every time and looking. Because what we did before was put the initials of the person that was supposed to, deal with it, but you'd have to go through that entire pending list looking for your initials. And this has just been amazing workflow saver, and that came out of one of the acquisitions groups. And yeah, just being able to realize that you've got something that you're struggling with, and then you go to this group and you find out, oh, I'm not alone. There's so many, there's other people that are struggling with the same thing. Let's put our heads together and figure out a way to address this. Is there a workaround? Is there something that, maybe somebody's figured out, like this purchase suggestion thing. So it's just a great way to get new ideas and, realize that there's other people struggling with these same things. And if you can, put your heads together, you can come up with some really creative ideas.
I think I'm going to have to steal that idea. That's a very nice one. Anyone else?
I was going to say that our the willingness of people to share their ideas, and not only share their ideas, but also share their reports and their their workflows and their coding. And it just, everybody's got a little bit, and it might seem insignificant when you mention it in the meeting, but it really helps out when you're like, oh yeah, you get that epiphany moment where it's that person's idea is brilliant and you never really thought about it. And sharing it during those meetings is one of the best feelings and the best reason to come to the Koha SIG meetings. So
I think also sometimes it's not really about new ideas all the time, but maybe you're doing something and you're talking about it, and it's just simply a validation that, oh, I'm doing it correctly. Or I think a lot of us don't get the same, we're not working at the information desk, and we're not working with kids maybe. So we're not getting that patron appreciation, but you go to these different kinds of groups and, the other people that are there understand you, and you sort of get validation and appreciation from that setting.
Anyone else? I just want to add, and I think we'll just close with this. This is a great forum for people getting involved, getting plugged into Koha. We're a fantastic family, a fantastic group, not just with koha-US, but with the whole Koha community. It's been a very non-judgy group. And I'll tell you, my involvement in koha-US has helped me tremendously at work, because it's allowed me to branch out and feel more comfortable in my shoes, and I don't feel judged for just throwing out strange ideas. I've been to some of the Koha US meetings and shared some things that I'm doing and realized, oh, somebody brought up another way to do something, and it's like, I mean, this just happened a month or two ago. I brought up something I was doing and somebody brought up another idea, and it's like, oh, I didn't think of that. And so I completely revamped what I was doing. So it's a great opportunity to be able to just bounce things off of people. Maybe somebody has a better idea, maybe somebody wants that idea. So it's a great thing to be involved in. And we are going to be having our SIG meetings during conference on Thursday and Friday. So if you feel inclined to join or sit in or listen or whatever, please join us. And I did say we're non-judgy, but I will say that George judges me a lot. So he's the exception to the group. But anyways, I want to thank our panel for joining us. We are going to wrap up here because we are cutting into our general meeting. So we will start our general meeting for Koha-US in just a couple minutes here. We're going to reset a little bit and then we'll get started. So thank you for joining our panel. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, so we're going to get started with our KohaUS monthly meeting. If you haven't figured it out already, I'm the current president of KohaUS, and I want to introduce our board members. We have Christopher Brannon, who is vice president, and he will become president for next year. We have John Sturbins, who is our financial manager. We have Bob Benhoff, who is our member from a supported vendor. We have Rhonda Kuiper, who is past president. And then we have a few people who aren't here. We have Jennifer Marlott. She is our secretary and she couldn't make it in person. And we have Lauren Denny, who is our member unsupported. So someone from a Koha library that does not get vendor support. And have I forgotten anyone? Okay. Okay, so that's our current board. So what is KohaUS? Well, it's a 501c3 nonprofit. And it's basically a user group. It's so that we can get together and learn about Koha, advance Koha, provide education about Koha. We have our own annual conference, which is what we would have had here in Lawrence until we kind of switched gears and did the KohaCon. We met last year in McKinney, Texas. We don't know exactly where we'll be next year. So membership fees for KohaCon are so low. They are $25 a year. It's about the most inexpensive dues for an organization that I've heard. So super easy to be a member. And why would you be a member of KohaUS? Well, you get certain member benefits. You can vote on the conference location. So later this year, we'll be putting out, submit your proposals to host the next KohaCon. You can submit a development proposal that maybe KohaCon might be able to fund a little bit of. You can vote on a development proposal. So you can say that sounds like a way that KohaUS should, spend money. You can run for office and you can vote on the officers. So there's just a lot of reasons to be involved. It's a great group. I've learned a lot from all of these people, and we need more members. We need new members. So I just really encourage you to get involved with KohaUS. We have a lot of resources. We have a website at koha-us.org. And it's developed very nicely over the years. We have lots of educational videos. We record all of those special interest group meetings that we have. So even if you can't make it to the meeting, you can go back later and you can watch the meeting, the recorded meetings. We have different committees. So we have, let's see, we've got an education committee. We have a conference committee. What other committees do we have, Christopher? We've got committees. Development committee. So yeah, so we've been working on some developments. Fundraising committee, and we also are looking for a fundraising committee chair, and I'm sure that's right down someone's alley. We have two developments, one that has been funded, and that had to do with additional information on the account lines description, and that is moving its way through. And we're working on a development right now that is to allow the patron, when they're in their account, to indicate that they've read the message that you as a staff member may have put on their account. Okay. working on the developments is challenging. It's kind of a longer process, but it's really great to get involved in that group. We will be having elections for officers upcoming. So Christopher's going to become president. So we will have elections for vice president, for treasurer, which is vacant right now. The treasurer would work very closely with John, who is financial manager, so you wouldn't have to feel like you're just out there on your own. There's a support network in there. For the supported member at large, so those are the openings that will be coming up. Oh, and we also have, we created a new admin position to sort of help us manage all of our Zoom accounts and Google groups and just kind of a lot of the background stuff to help us run more efficiently. I'm going through my notes, which are, you know, I'm winging this if you can't already tell. Yeah, so I'll move into, so this group started 5 years ago. And okay, so the group started longer ago, but the membership, actually being a member of Koha-US, started 5 years ago. And so we've got a group of people who have been members for 5 years, and we have 5-year pins. They're pretty cool looking, and certificates. So let me go through and present our Koha-US 5-year awards, and see if you join and then you're a member for 5 years, then you'll get a pin and a certificate. So our first 5-year member is George Williams from the Northeast Kansas Library System. Our next one is for Ed Veal from McKinney Public Library. And I know he said he was sorry to be missing this year's conference, but I know there are people here from McKinney, so maybe we could send this home with them. The next one is for Christian Tanguay. I hope I said that right. And I do not know if they are here. I don't think he's here. Ooh, look, here's one for John Sturbins, our financial manager, having been a member for a whole 5 years. So you get one. Our next one is for Micah Stevens, and I do not believe she is here. We have one for Jason Robb. And if people don't know, Jason was secretary for like 6 years, I think. Forever, ever, ever is what he says. And he has such organizational knowledge and continues to help us out with all kinds of background things. And also with all of our AV stuff. He's been a super help with all that. Next, we have Owen Leonard. And Rhonda Kuiper is right here. And we have one for Fred King, but we don't have one for the chicken. We have one for Eli Anthony, Is he here? No. Okay. And we have one for Christopher Brannon.
And then for Barbara Johnson.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you very much.
So these people have been involved a long time. I just encourage you to become a member of KohaUS. We would love to get more people involved, and it's a great group. We also have, let's see. Volunteer awards. So I'm going to present these. This one is to George Williams for chairing the KohaUS Education Committee. The Education Committee meets monthly, and that's where all of the educational videos come from. They do all kinds of stuff on the website. That's where the thought of having the every other Thursday videos came from. So for George. Next one is volunteer for Lucas Goss for chairing our KohaUS Web Development Special Interest Group. Next is for Lizette Shear. She used to chair our KohaUS System Administration Group, Special Interest Group, and she has since moved on to a non-Koha library, and we are so sorry to see her not in Koha anymore, but I know she signed up for the conference, so she's keeping tabs on it. But she was System Administration leader for a couple of years, I think, and did a great job with that. So we'll be sending this to her. We have a certificate for Bob Benhoff because he chairs the Consortia Special Interest Group. We have one for Daniel Gagan because he chairs the KohaUS Circulation Special Interest Group. We have one for Heather Hernandez because she chairs the KohaUS Cataloging Special Interest Group. And we have one for Rhonda Kuiper because she chairs the KohaUS Acquisitions Special Interest Group. And we have one for me, and I don't know why, because I really haven't held a meeting of the KohaUS Demonstration Special Interest Group in a while, but anyway, So we have another certificate that we wanted to present. And I'm going to read off the words we came up with because it expresses how we feel. This is an award from KohaUS to Bywater Solutions for their support over the years. So let me read this statement. In recognition of their support and generosity, KohaUS would like to thank Bywater Solutions. Over the last 9 years, they have given tremendous amount of support to our organization, including their assistance in launching our organization and our first conference back in 2014 in Wenatchee, Washington. Fundraising support, technical support, providing us with an online demo instance, development support, and partnership in other various projects. They have also always been active in our organizational meetings and conferences. In the spirit of this year's conference theme, Level Up, we would like to show our appreciation by making a contribution to Child's Play charity in Bywater Solutions' name. Child's Play is a game industry charity dedicated to improving the lives of children with toys and games in their network of over 185 hospitals worldwide. So thank you to Bywater Solutions for your support to our organization and your involvement in the Koha community. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
I'm going to have Christopher talk about our skill collaborators, a new feature, if you will, about that Koha-US is doing. So.
All right. So in the past with Koha-US, we were trying to work with folks to mentor other libraries coming in, trying to connect people together to work together on getting familiar with Koha and answering some questions about Koha, basically holding their hand as they join the Koha community. That has changed with this last year. We're going to start launching what we're calling the skill collaborators. And the skill collaborators basically, instead of people being matched up with each other, what we're doing is we're having our members log into our website. We have a link on our website, and see, can I actually bring something up on here, Jason? Okay, let me pull that up real quick. Sorry about that. Oh, if it help if I could spell. Here we go. Too many shadows here. All right, yeah, I'll share it. All right. All right. So on our website, we've added a new link, and that would be under join. So this link is Koha-US Skill Collaborators. And when you sign in, I'm not going to sign in right now. When you sign in, there's going to be 2 tabs on that. And what we're doing is we're encouraging people that want to be able to be a help to our members. You can sign up on one of the tabs. You can put in your information, and it will ask you what skills that you feel like you can offer help in. So it's going to ask you, it's going to list various skills within Koha, and you can check off the ones that you feel like you have something to contribute in. And what that'll do is on the other tab, it'll populate the other tab, and it'll show an active list of people that are involved with the skill collaborators, and it'll show what those strengths are. And it'll also give contact information. So this is only available to the Koha-US members. It's the same login as if you were going to look at the membership list. If you don't have that, you can contact us through the, I think, info at koha-us.org, and we'll get you that password if you're a member. But that's member only list, but that allows you to sign up on that list, and it allows members to look at that list. So if you have an area that you're struggling in, that you need help in, and you want to know who you can ask within our group about specific information, and if they're on the group and they're in that category, you can bug them about it. They're offering to be available to you for questions. So I want to encourage everybody that is in Koha-US as a member to drop by the website. fill this information out if you want to be a part of that and contribute your knowledge to the group, and be available for questions if somebody has a specific question in a certain area. So we're launching that this year. Actually, right now, this is the first that we're letting everybody in on this. So please make sure you visit that site and fill that out if you're a member.
Thank you, Christopher. So I've like run through all my topics that I was going to talk about, I think. And now I'm asking Christopher how long I have to be up here till the end of this meeting. Okay, so normally at a KohaUS meeting, we have a board meeting every month, and then and those are the first Wednesday of the month at 10:30. And then the next week, the second Wednesday of the month is when we have our general meeting at 10:30. And we'll report some of our board actions and information at the general meeting, but we also are trying to get back to focusing on the ability to just talk about bugs and developments and upgrades and, just general things of interest to the Koha community. So we've ended up with about 20 minutes or so here. So oh, yes, this conference is in process. And I guess I could mention at this time now, just because it's good information to have. This is our last day here at this location at Maselli's. So remember, tomorrow and Friday, we're going to be meeting over at Lawrence Public Library. I don't have the address. 700 block of Vermont Street. So we're going to be at Lawrence Public, and thank you so much to them for hosting us over there for those 2 days. So does anybody have questions for KohaUS or questions about Koha generally? Yes, Fred. Oh, God.
Don't worry, it's not another poem. I did bring a few more, but not now. I just have an announcement announcing the world premiere of my new video. One of my interests is libraries who can't afford a support vendor. I mean, the folks at Bywater are amazing and friendly and charming and brilliant, and they send you a bill. And if you have no money, that's not the best arrangement. So I have a few videos on how to do it yourself. Somewhere on the KohaUS website, there's part 1 of Koha setup, where I go from the Ubuntu command line to a fully functional bare bones Koha site in half an hour. Part 2, which will be on the KohaUS website at some point. Jason just nodded, but he looks kind of tired. Wherein I go from just the bare bones, and I set up item types, circulation, add a couple of books, customize the front page a little bit. Though from what Lucas said yesterday, that's sort of obsolete by now, but you can still do it. And that I actually cataloged it and put it up on my sort of Koha demo site, cheerfulvalleypl.online. But soon it will be at the Avenging Chicken site, avengingchicken.online. I have all my presentations. Basically, they're the same presentation, just different types of different aspects. I might be able to do it tonight if I'm still awake. Probably not. Now, do we have 30 seconds for the get to do the first, the funny part of the video, or not? May I? Okay, I need to go to the Cheerful Valley site. Can I do it from this computer, or do you need it? Okay. cheerfulvalleypl.online and look for setup. I figure got about 20 minutes to fill up. I know. Welcome to Cheerful Valley, a small town somewhere in western Maryland, much like any town you would find in a Koha tutorial. It was founded in 1823 when Nehemiah McAdam and his wife Stacy were looking for a source of gravel to be used in the building of the Cumberland Road following the successful completion of the Hagerstown to Boonesboro Road earlier that year. Late in the morning, they stopped for water. "Look, wife, we are in a valley. It is kind of ugly, is it not?" he said. "Yes, husband, but the sound of the water flowing over the rocks is cheerful," replied his wife. "Let us build a town here, and we shall call it Cheerful Valley." Nearly 2 centuries later, Cheerful Valley has become what it is today, a town with bubbling streams, vistas, and abundant wildlife. Cheerful Valley was recently gifted with a building thought suitable for a library, plus an assortment of books the donor found in his basement. The town hired a part-time librarian who chose Koha as their ILS. This is part 2 of the setup video. You've installed Koha, now it's time to configure it. Anyone who's built... last Koha video, I showed you how to create a bare bones library from the command line. That's probably, that was a good... Pack looks like this. Let's flesh it out a little, do some basic setup. So anyway, yeah, it's not a fancy library. It looks like it was built by somebody in his basement with a chicken, but it took me an hour. So comments and suggestions are welcome.
Well, thank you, Fred. Anyone else have any anything they want to ask about koha-US, or do we have anybody that wants to bring up bugs, upgrades, developments, just anything at all? I have a microphone.
I will go ahead and talk about the development that we are working on right now. We've had a development that we've been working on for a while now, the past year, and Owen has been working tirelessly with a developer trying to get this patch through. And since then, we've had to let the developer go. we had some complications with the developer, and they did not, they wrote a patch, and we got a patch, and we submitted the patch, but the patch failed because they did not adhere to the Koha community guidelines in writing the patch. So we are currently looking for assistance from other developers to see if they can clean up the patch and make it fit within the community guidelines. So that's where we stand with that right now. We're working on moving it forward. A lot of the work was done, but we just have to get it within the boundaries that it's supposed to be in order to be added to the code. So that's where we're at. We may have to spend a little bit more. We're not sure yet on that. We're waiting to hear back from some folks on that, but right now we are talking with other developers to see what we can do, but hopefully we can get that done. I don't know if it'll get done this year, but we're working on that. We're also, our team is also working on we've revamped our workflow for development process. We are working on opening up development suggestions again, proposals, so that we can vet out the next year's proposal that we'll be funding. So if you have ideas for proposals for us to fund, you can send those in to us. We do have on the website a link to submit proposals, and you can submit those ideas. So this is a good time to submit your ideas if you want. But in October, well, sometime in October, we're going to start looking at those and moving forward for our next development. Even though we're not quite finished with this one, we still want to keep moving forward with those developments.
And another thing, I did mention it earlier, but you should start thinking about submitting a proposal to host next year's Koha-US conference. And we've decided we'd love to go to the Northeast. I mean, anyone can submit, but we'd love to be able to, you know, just get several proposals in, and then that gets voted on by the membership of where they want to hold the next Koha-US conference. I think we're going to do a few door prizes. George is coming to the microphone.
One question I had for the members of the conference committee, I think somebody sent us an email wanting us to make sure we announced that the location had been picked for Helsinki, and did we ever get in touch with that person? Okay. Okay. Well, that was one thing I wanted to mention, is that next year's international conference will be in Helsinki, and we'll try to make sure that the person, I don't remember who it was from Helsinki, we'll try to contact them and see if they want to be able to come and make an official announcement from Helsinki. You'll take care of that? You were raising your hands, so. Yeah, we need to work that out, but so there's a teaser. There might be an announcement with somebody on the screen from Helsinki. The other thing I wanted to say is, you know, I got a mug and Robin got a mug for hosting here in Lawrence. I want to make sure that we may give some recognition to Jason Robb over here, who is the person. I've done a lot of work for the conference, and Robin's done a lot of work for the conference, but I don't think combined anybody has lost as much sleep over the conference as Jason, and getting the Zoom set up and coming up with the idea of using this monitor for the video presentation and that monitor over there for the sound, so that we could be connected into the sound system here in the building. And Jason has just done a phenomenal amount of work for this, and I want to make sure that that everybody recognizes that, and that he has put in at least, if not more, work than Robin and I on doing all this. So thank you, Jason.
Thank you, George. And yes, it is exciting that next year's KohaCon23 is going to be in Helsinki, and that's in Finland. So we're going to draw for some door prizes.
So we have Jesse Z has won a door prize. Come on up. You get one of these fancy mugs up here. Take your pick. We're going to do one more, and I'm going to have Rhonda, our unofficial secretary for the day, pick one. Just one. Just one. There we go. And what's that name there? Last name is Astora. Congratulations. All right, we'll do some more in a bit.
I think we also, Robin, did you want to talk about tonight's cultural activity event, the baseball game? She has some particular information to give.
Just a couple of logistical notes. For those of you who signed up for the baseball game, we will be loading up a van just outside of Maselli's door at 5 o'clock. We're going to try and get out of here as close to 5 as possible because we have to drive through Kansas City during rush hour. And so what normally takes an hour may take us a little longer. But if you could be here and ready to go at 5-ish, I think we're finishing up for 4:45 to 5. So as soon as we close out the day, we'll be ready to head out and see the baseball game. They did win last night, so the chances of them winning tonight are not great, but it's going to be a fun time whether they win or lose. So
thank you, Robin. Anyone want to do anything?
Anybody that's come to the monthly meetings has known that for a very long time, I've always sought volunteers for the finance committee. Now that I've got a room full of a captive audience, I put that plea out again. If you have any interest in participating even minimally with the board, the finance committee is a great way to do that. And as Barbara mentioned during her comments, the position of treasurer is actually open for election. For those that don't know the intricacies of the way we're set up, treasurer and secretary alternate years so that we've got a little bit of stability in addition to the financial manager and the new administrative position. So the treasurer position is available this year. And if you're interested in running for that, I can give you all the details you would need and then some, having served as this organization's treasurer until 2021 before moving into the role of financial manager. So finance committee volunteers are always welcome. Candace, are you here today? Candace can tell you what it's like to be on the finance committee and the amount of efforts that is involved to do so, which is not all that much. It's usually me sending off the report, usually the day before, saying, here's the finance committee report. Let me know if you have any questions. And the finance committee will usually review a copy of the budget before I present it to the board because they're eagle eyes, both Candace and Eli Anthony, who is the other current finance committee member. I appreciate their feedback and insight to everything that I do in either my role as the treasurer or the financial manager. So if you're interested, please come and see me and I'm happy to fill you in. Everything else is the usual boring stuff. So that I'm not going to deliver here today. And I know there's a big sigh of relief because usually when I start talking about finances, this is what happens. And we certainly do not need any of that. Really, the only financial thing I am going to talk about is our final ALA expenses. We did put an exhibit space together. Many thanks to Fred, who staffed it very diligently when I was not able to. Our total expenses for the exhibit hall space, including the space itself, is $1,663.86, well under our budget of $2,000. And keep in mind that $1,200 of that was actually refunded from the canceled ALA events in 2020 and 2021. So that's the only money thing I'm going to talk about. Let me turn it back over to Barbara.
Thank you, John. Did you want to say anything about the education committee, George? George says no, and okay, so we'll give George a minute. And I do the conference committee, and I don't really have much to say because we're all here, so. And do you have anything else for development that you want to put in?
Nothing more for development, but I do want to encourage, we did mention earlier that we had seats that were open and for the board. And if you are interested at all, even just slightly interested and have questions, not necessarily want to throw yourself under the bus, but if you have questions about it, or if you want to nominate yourself or someone that you want to throw under the bus, you can contact us at info at koha-US.org, and we'd be happy to answer your questions. But we would like to encourage folks to join membership if they can, and if not, well, if you can, please join Koha US. If you can't, you can still come to the meetings and find out what we're all about and participate. But membership allows you to vote on the direction that Koha US is going, especially with development and getting involved with the other elements that we talked about today. But the funds for your membership go towards our development, and you steer our development by voting on the things that we're going to develop. You also steer it by being part of our membership year after year, and those funds help fund those developments. So we encourage you to be a part of it in any way possible.
At the August Education Committee meeting, we decided not to have a meeting this month because I was really busy doing stuff for the conference. And we have our next education meeting scheduled for October 19th. It's at 10:30 Central Time, which is 9:30 Mountain, 8:30 Pacific, and 11:30 Eastern in the United States. And I'll report on that last meeting in August at the October meeting. How's that sound? So the main things,
wonderful.
The main things we've been working on this year have been updating the content on the website and updating the website a little bit, which once again, Jason has done a lot of that. So, and then we've been trying to move forward with some other things. We've got the videos that Christopher and I do going on continually, and the education committee is fun. Everybody should join, and if anybody else wants to be the chair, let me know.
Thank you, George. And really, Koha US is fun all around. So you should get involved. You should join. You should join a committee. You should run for office. You should do any of these things and just get involved in the group. I'm a person that is not a public speaker. I don't like to be in front of everything, but I've been with this group for several years now, and it has personally helped me become more confident doing things. So you get other benefits by joining these kind of groups. You learn things about yourself as well. So.
I just want to mention too, you really don't have to have a lot of background in being a board member. I mean, I'll tell you that being on the board has helped me tremendously with not only working with others, but just on a personal level and work level at work. There are a lot of benefits to being on the board. It looks good on your resume, which is always a plus. But we're a group that helps each other. If we're not familiar with certain areas, others will come in and help. But we would really love to get some fresh perspectives. I mean, here we are, I'm on my second time around as vice president. So if you really are sick of me, come join the board and give us some new perspectives. But no, I love being on the board. I think it's one of the most fulfilling things that I've done with Koha, and aside from all the education and videos and contributions in one way or another, this has been a really fun organization to be a part of. So we do want to encourage others to come on board, because I don't know who we're going to cycle through next if you don't. Maybe it's the chicken.
Did you?
Andrew said that all the information, I don't know if he's going to join us in Zoom, but he did send me a link. And so let me open this up and then share the screen. So Pearl and Koha Conference in Helsinki 2023, late August. We will organize an event. He was saying in the YouTube chat that they're not exactly sure of the dates yet, but this is the plan. Pearl and Koha Conference 2023 in Helsinki. Now let me, oh, there it is up at the top. And here we go. He's joined the room. So if you want to unmute Andre, and you can join in.
Yes. So hello from Helsinki, from Finland. And yes, quickly, it might sound like Pearl and Koha conference together. So I'm speaking for myself. I am for 10 years active participant of Pearl community and already pretty aware of conferences bigger size in 3 parallel streams happening, like we're having in Pearl open source community. And I think I ask you to follow those slides which I sent in link, and let me anyway share those. Sorry, quickly from the beginning. Yes, so it's just so sudden join from me. So we have now going KohaCon 2022. It's something the same we're planning to do in Helsinki in 2023. but we also joining to us, or we will join bigger community. It's Perl conference community. I don't think I need to explain for you what Perl means for Koha and how bigger thing is Perl and surrounding IT technologies and what we are using. So and we have a chance to unite all these two communities together, experts from those as well. We thinking that we will have a full stream Koha conference, so it will be covered also for librarians and for managers and decision makers from library side, but also we will be able to unite those communities together and have much bigger expected, it's obvious, expected results from this. So what I want to announce now that we on the starting of the big road to attract as much as possible Perl and open source community people. And yes, it will be like big KohaCon conference by one stream and few streams, which will be Perl and surrounded technologies. So it's Linux, DevOps, it will be cybersecurity topics, design, high load, and everything related. So it's fully useful for Koha as well. And because of last let's say, decade, our Perl community have some decreasing number of products which Perl used and actively developed, but Koha starting to become main and biggest product. So I think Perl community will join us with a lot of efforts and help to make a Koha better and vice versa. So what again, not to cover all these slides by text, I ask you to two things: to follow us from those provided social media links you have on this site, and also wait for extra announce. We will clarify until end of this month dates when you we will ask many of you, because it's post-COVID era, we want to know as much as possible about audience and how much people will want to attend in person. We want to organize offline programs for your families, take care about kids and spouses in time of conference. We want to give a best experience from Helsinki and Finland for you as well, and organize off-topic events like evening dinners and post-conference trips. So please, once it will be announced, voting and experience gathering and mailing lists, things, join and help us to build better audience and conference analysis and results. That's actually what I wanted to present. Proud to invest my efforts, and I came to Koha community from Perl community, and I found that this is very proper way to unite and grow further. That's it. Visit Helsinki and Finland.
Well, thank you. That's really exciting. I would love to travel to Helsinki, Finland for that. So put that on your calendar for next year. So we're a little over time, so it's now time for lunch. Do we want? Can we do that? Okay, so we're going to break for lunch on your own, and the next presentation is scheduled for 1 o'clock.
Gotta change the focus.
Back. Sorry, that was loud. Hope you had a great lunch. We're going to get started again. And next up, we have Jason Robb from the Southeast Kansas Library System. And he is going to be, his presentation is Displays Revisited, Streamlining Workflows with the Course Reserves module.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let me get this situated. Okay. There. We are too far already. All right. Sorry, I'm a little late. And sweaty and covered in syrup. Did you know they make pulled pork waffles down the street? At the barbecue place at the hotel? Yeah. Delicious. So hello everyone. My name is Jason Robb. I am the Seek and Find coordinator at the Southeast Kansas Library System. As a native Kansan, I just wanted to say welcome. I'm so happy that we're having this here, not just because it only took me an hour and a half to get here and I didn't have to get lost on planes and stuff, but I'm really excited everyone's here. So today I want to talk about displays, and this is Displays Revisited because it's a follow-up of Ed Veal's presentation back at Portland, the Portland KohaCon, where he discussed using the Course Reserves module to keep track of displays in Koha. So I like that idea a lot, and I kind of just maybe overdid it. So Ed's modifications changed it in the OPAC for the patrons. I'm in a consortium of 49 libraries now, where I need it to be as simple on the staff side as possible so that there aren't any errors or anything. So I've done quite a bit of jQuery modification to make it more streamlined on the staff side as well as the OPAC. So I wanted to give some geographical context first. You've heard NECLs a lot throughout the conference. I'm from SDKLS, which is Southeast. So you can see on the map there, you're kind of in the NECLs area. And if you go down and over a little bit, that's where I'm from, the Southeast Kansas Library System. And then I just added some other landmarks on the map for you, for your awareness. So there are 4 consortia using Koha in Kansas right now. Mine is Seek and Find, the next catalog at NECLs. Michael manages the Pathfinder Central and CKLS, and then CanShare down in South Central is unique. The other 3 that I discussed are system services. So we, as the system center, administer the Koha installation. South Central has a library in Derby that really liked that model, and he went out on his own and started it. So they're in parentheses because they're a slightly different structure from us. So now you know where I'm from. And again, welcome to Kansas. All right, so now the historical context of this presentation. So at the Portland KohaCon, this bug was entered into Bugzilla. There was a lot of excitement about it. I think a lot of people were interested in the idea. You can go in and read the comments and the history on it, but it didn't really take off. So I'm here to try and rekindle that fire a little bit and see if we can get some movement behind this bug. So the idea basically would be to clone the course reserves module because it does more than we need it to do, but does the perfect thing for managing displays. And then have a separate display module so that you can both run course reserves next to displays. So take a look at that bug if you're interested in this after the presentation. Okay, and as part of my sales pitch, so I've been trying a lot. I'm a librarian. I'm not a developer. I'm not any of those things. I am a systems librarian that manages the Koha consortium. So I've been trying to bring more of the professional library literature into my presentations when I train my people. And I did recently do a presentation on displays. So I've pulled some of that in as well to try and convince you guys this is a good idea and we need this. And then we'll go through the benefits of tracking displays in Koha. I have some screenshots of my working example using course reserves, and then just some of the things I've run into. Yesterday, Nick was speaking to me when he said that sometimes we use things that not the way they're meant to be used. So I've found some things with the course reserves module that are a little problematic when using them for displays. So I've got that listed out as well. All right, so to start off, again, back with the librarian hat on, displays at their core are marketing. So they're there to show off what the library has and not just by way of materials. Displays show off what the library does. They're a way to promote core services. So like, for example, if you're putting together that banned books display, it's not because you want to show the banned books you have in your collection. Sure, that's great. But you're really promoting the freedom to read. You're saying reading is for everyone. Another example, if you're putting together like a read alikes display, then you're showing off a service that the library can offer. You're saying, hey, look at these books I have, but look what my staff can help you do. Like, this is something we can do for you. So that's the importance of displays in libraries. And I didn't do my full introduction. So we're a 49 library consortium. We have 48 public libraries. So I am coming from that viewpoint. We have one academic library that doesn't use course reserves, which enabled me to do these sort of modifications without much upheaval. So benefits of displays, of course, they're going to increase your circulation and your usage. That's kind of the idea. You're pulling things out, showing them off, and hoping that somebody's going to grab it. You're highlighting your collections and again, your services, things that maybe your community doesn't realize you do. So things like Reader's Advisory and ILL, that sort of thing. And then they supplement outreach and collaboration as well. So displays are a good tool to like integrate yourself with things going on in your community. So like if you've got a local event going on, you can make a display for that. And then you're kind of tying yourself and grounding yourself in the community. So there are, according to the literature and logic, 4 different types of displays. So in-house displays are those made up of materials from your collection that you've pulled out. This can be something that you've pulled out or like your new books. We're counting new book displays as well in our workflows. Pop-up displays are materials that you're taking out somewhere. So those are outreach. Like if you go to a farmer's market with your book bike or whatever, you've got that point of service opportunity. Another way of inserting yourself into the community. Online, this is sort of more speaking to you guys in the room, because this is what we do with cover flow and those book sliders on our websites and things. So when I'm saying online, I'm talking about cover flow. And then provided is kind of a unique sort of thing where maybe you've got somebody in your community that has a rare teapot collection that they bring in, and then you're using that to kind of show off your own collection of books and things on the same topic. So how can Koha help? The main purpose of this is so that you can track those items, so that you're basically creating lists. But what lists don't do is the second part, which is the bulk updates for Circ staff, which is the sort of the magic behind this. So if you're putting all your items in a display, then they're getting tracked in that module. And when you put them in the display, you're changing things about the cataloging. So you can change the shelf location, you can change the collection code, you can change the item type, and it does like a temporary permanent relationship. So we don't really want our Circ staff going into the cataloging and changing that necessarily, because there's potential for errors, of course, but it makes more sense to have them kind of only affecting things this way. And I've locked that down further with some of the jQuery modifications I'll show you. Another like great aspect of this that's already built into course reserves is there's a column. It adds a column on the item details that says where it's at. So if you're using course reserves, it says what course it's in. So that was an easy thing to flip over to displays and say, hey, this display is in the front foyer on banned books, that sort of thing. So that was another major reason that we pushed forward with this and went ahead and put it into production. And then it's also helpful for staff, because so our traditional workflow was to just put it in like a shelf location that said display and that's it, or a shelf location that says new and that's it. When it comes up on the holds queue, we don't actually know which display it's in or where it's at. So they have to do some backtracking to figure out exactly where in the library it is. So since we're putting it in this display, it's picking up that information. It's picking up that it's in the foyer. So then I can pull that into the holds queue, and I can pull that into the check-in screen so that they can see where it needs to go and where to find it. And then another powerful aspect of this is that it creates queryable lists for cross promotion. So transforming that list of the list of in-house things in display into an online display is seamless, because you're just running a report on the display and then feeding that out places. And there's power in that because, for example, on a new shelf, you can still have those new items kind of scrolling by on your new shelf, and people can see what you've got, even though it's not on the shelf. That's a big thing in our consortium, and like a struggle in our new item sharing setup is people don't want to share their new stuff because then their new shelf's empty, and then their board members come in and say, why aren't you buying new stuff? So to be able to like create a synchronous virtual display to put it alongside that new shelf is really helpful. So I've got a few screenshots, and they're probably going to be sort of hard to see on the screen, but I will share my presentation afterwards, of course. So this is what I was talking about, the findability over here on the far right. You can see this is the item detail. So when you go into the record, and it lists all the holdings, you can see over here, it's telling you what display it's in, what library it's at, all that stuff. And then same thing on the OPAC. So staff and OPAC are there. The workflow, this doesn't illustrate it too well. But again, what you're doing in essence is doing bulk changes to the cataloging through the course reserves module or the displays module. So this is a screenshot from the actual, when you're looking in a display, it's going to tell you what's changed about it when you put it in that display. So for us, we're just changing the shelf location. So, and then the permanent location is listed in parentheses. And whenever I take it out of the display, it just reverts back to that cataloging. So that makes it so the Circ staff doesn't have to touch the cataloging module at all. I don't have to give them those permissions. And then, as I was saying, it creates this synchronous sort of managed list that you can then use reports to feed out to places. So you could feed out to your cover flow from the list of books in the display. For us, I'm a little bit of a junkie with this library bookshelves plugin. I don't know if anybody else is using that, but it's great. It's set up for Koha, so you can feed in a report, and it does use local images as well. The developer was able to make that work. So all of our library websites have one of these little sliders. Right now, we're just generally feeding new book lists and via reports from Koha, but another thing that we're working on is sort of using displays to sync up the website with what's actually physically in person at the library. All right, so this is my working concept. It's a lot of jQuery, a little CSS. There's some SQL involved. In my resources slide, I have a link to my GitHub where you can go in and look at the code and harvest anything that you want, if you so choose. But again, I want to reemphasize that while this is great, it would be better if Koha could do it by itself, if it was its own thing. So, so the sort of first thing we had to do was identify how to transform course reserves into displays. And there's a lot of fields in course reserves that we don't need. We don't care about the teacher. We don't care about the number of students. So a lot of that stuff is hidden. There's some things that are required, and the worst of that is the term field, because it's also an authorized value list. So what I did was I switched department to type, and for type, we're calling it either a permanent display or a temporary display. So permanent would be the new bookshelf, temporary would be like a summer reading or banned books display or something, just to help kind of have that distinction and give us something to query in reports. The course number I changed to library because most of these decisions were made based on where that information displays. So in the detail, course number was in that column, so I changed that to library because I wanted that. Presented section was in that column, so I changed that to area of the library. Again, term, I went in and created the list of terms as my library codes, and then I'm pre-populating that by logged in library just to, like I was saying, I need to make this really easy for my end users, my staff users, so that they don't mess anything up, basically. I trust them, I really do, but like, if I can make it simple, then it should be simple. So both the library and that library authorized value are pre-populated. And then I just kept the staff note in case we needed that. And everything else is either hidden with the column settings in the administration area of Koha or via jQuery, or it's relabeled via jQuery. So again, kind of tiny screenshots, but you can get the gist of it. A lot of these are just relabeling things. So in the drop down, we've changed course reserves to displays, and on the home page, course reserves to displays. This is the course reserves.pl, which is like the landing page after you click that first link. So I changed to some success the name of the page, so it says display on the tab. That's not perfect. I changed the breadcrumbs, I changed the toolbar and the heading here from courses to displays. Also on the toolbar, I've added some buttons. So in addition to adding a new display and removing items from the display, which are both batch operations, or no, adding a new display is not a batch operation. Removing from the display is a batch operation. And I think it's been a minute, but I'm pretty sure that what I did was remove the option to do things individually. It was either to add or remove individually. I wanted all that to be bulk operation. And then I've got some reports here that I wrote for primarily for tracking things in the new display so that my libraries can run those, see what's been on there a while, and go pull them off and get them to the right place. And then same page, the table of courses or displays, mostly just changed the table headers there so that they matched up with that table I showed before. The other sort of trick I did here was I pre-filtered the table based on the logged in library code so that so you can sort of see I've got my library is calling this new adult books, and I have 49 libraries that probably have new adult bookshelves. So I didn't want them to have the potential to go into the wrong one. So I pre-filtered that table based on their logged in library. So that's all that's showing when they pull up the page. This is when you actually go in to add a new display or course. Again, there's a lot of fields we don't use, so they're just hidden. This is where I'm going in and pre-filling that term field with the logged in library code. And I'm also pre-filling the library name right there. That's pulling down from the logged in library of the staff member. And then same thing, course details. We've hidden all those fields like instructor, student count, status, things we don't need to see. And then hid some of the buttons up here. This is what I was talking about before. So like there's add reserves and batch add reserves, and I didn't see any reason to keep that add reserves if we can add them in a batch. So got rid of that one, changed some of the wording up there. On the batch add items, so this is where it gets a little more flexible, I guess. So for us, we are just doing shelf location. Item type is unhidden because I had one library that needed it. But for shelving location, I've, again, simplified because I don't trust people, but I don't have trust issues. So I just wiped out all of the shelf locations in the dropdown and then repopulated it with just new and just display. So they only have two choices. And then everything else is hidden. Of course, you could do it like you could keep it if you want something on if you wanted. So there's flexibility there. Like we use shelf location for this sort of stuff. If you use collection code, that's obviously an option. There's some wording down below where you enter it that had some verbiage change. And then this is a new feature where you can add it by bib number. And that was just going to confuse my people. So I didn't get rid of it, but I did collapse it with this fancy little arrow that flips when you click it. I was pretty impressed with myself making things do that. So, and then on the remove, again, very basic, just changing breadcrumbs, changing the wording wherever it needs changed. Sorry, I brought this laser pointer just so that I could, and the people online aren't even getting to enjoy my laser pointing. Holds queue and check-in. So this one's probably a point of contention because Lucas has told me before not to use reports for this sort of thing. We should use the API, but I don't think I can use the API for this. So that's a bug I should file. Can I? That I know. So that's my last slide. My last slide is challenges, and those are all the bugs I need to file. Okay. So so yeah, right now I'm using a report, and it just pulls this information in out of the course reserves table to the holds queue and to the check-in screen. And I think I might make the check-in screen a little more vibrant because I don't want people to miss that it's in a display and get it back to the shelf and then get all confused. More wording changes. So this is the record detail view. There's a little thing up there that refers to courses. So I changed that wording, and then we talked about that column already. The OPAC was really the lightest part of it. So this is my OPAC. So things are all wacky anyways. I've moved all these links up here. So I've added to my explore menu, and then breadcrumbs, table headings, etc. Again, breadcrumbs, table headings, etc. All right, so yeah. I'm almost back on time. Sorry for starting late, guys. The challenges. So this is the one that I need to file for Nick. If you get too many things in a display, it takes forever for them to load. So on the staff client, at least, I haven't actually tested on the OPAC, but like the new adult books display has over 100 items and it takes several seconds to bring it up. And then, as I mentioned, no API routes, so that I have to use the forbidden tactics to pull that information. And then everything else, the main imperfection, again, being that I can't, this is a lie, I could make it so that that community college still sees course reserves instead of displays, but that's a lot of work. I would rather have a displays module and a course reserves module. So that's what that would fix. And there are my resources. So again, the GitHub repository with all this code in it is that top one. I have sort of a user guide for my librarians in Google Docs. That's the second link. It's just a draft. I linked to Ed's presentation if you want to review that as well from 2018. And then the literature that I referred to at the beginning is linked there as well if you'd like to read more about exhibits and displays in libraries. So that's my presentation. Any questions?
Hi.
Hello.
This is like the most amazing thing. I'm at a single school. We don't have a lot of branches and all that kind of stuff. We do use our course reserves manual heavily because we have a lot of teachers that still do stuff like that. And my boss the other day said to me, he's like, I was looking for this book and I can't find it and it must be missing. And I said, no, it's on display. And she's like, well, why don't you have something that says it's on display? And I was like, well, I don't know. I'm going to KohaCon next week. Maybe we'll find something. So we would be really interested in figuring out how to do something like this in our library. I mean, it would really, to make it so much easier to change things, it would be awesome. So I'd love to see how this rolls out. And I don't have the coding skills that you all have, but I would love to figure out a way to get this for us. So just wanted to put that out there.
Sure. And I'm happy to help sort of talk about how I did it, but really it is just pasting most of what I have in there into your OPAC user JS or OPAC user CSS. The reports probably aren't going to work on your system because, again, I have weird, funky things going on. You might have to go in and change some things, but they're a good starting point.
There are no comments online. Well, actually, there are now. So let me read those first. Do the items remain in the display status until they're removed by staff, or would a check-in and check-out remove them from display?
No, yeah, so they stay until they're removed from the display. So it sticks.
The next comment is also I second having a displays module and will comment on your bug. And I got back later than you because you left the restaurant before I did, running as quickly as you could to get back here to start. But I don't know if it was mentioned, but this is there is a bug for add an on display module, and it's bug 12141.
Yep, I've got that big and bold in this at the start of my slide. So if anybody else is interested in this, please comment. If you want to pursue development, that's another thing that the SIGs do talk about a lot is developments and collaborating, pooling our money, that sort of thing.
And I would also add as one last thing, for those of you that are staying on Thursday and Friday and have never used Bugzilla, I would be happy at some point during those 2 days to sit down with you, help you create a Bugzilla account and show you to this bug so you can add your comments on it. So maybe we can get some more voices heard in the community to say that this is something we really want. I am in a similar boat to Jason that, you know, as soon as Ed did his talk about how to turn the course reserves module into a displays module, we had just added a community college that was so excited to have a course reserves module, and I got it all set up for course reserves for them, so I couldn't use it as display module. So.
So I'm not totally sure if this meets some of the requirement, but in 22.11, there is a piece of development coming in called collections or bundles that Martin's been working on, and it pulls together items into a bundle that you keep in the bundle and you can circulate as a bundle, and it indicates that it's in the bundle. And so you might want to have a look at that as well as an option that might work for physical stuff, not necessarily for putting it up in carousels and things. But
Sure, I'll take a look at that. Sounds interesting. Oh, I didn't mention, Christopher, I'm wearing my shark socks today, so we're gonna have to compare and see who's better.
Oh, by the way, I found a store around
I
a few
wondered
blocks
who-
away that have my socks.
Oh, I thought you were gonna tell me you got me that shark Lego that mysteriously appeared over lunch. Whoever gave me that, thank you. I love you forever. All right, thanks.
Well, that was great. And let's see. Next up, we have Kelly McElligott and Donna Bachowski from Bywater Solutions. And their title of their presentation is Leveling Up with Plugins.
Thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay. The one person who didn't use Google Slides. Well, welcome. I'm super excited to be here. Unfortunately, my colleague, my partner in crime, Donna, is homesick. So she decided not to share all her bad germs and she is taking some rest. So remember, rest up is important. So sadly, she's not here and I will be doing this solo. For all of you who don't know who I am, my name is Kelly McElligott. I work for Bywater. I've been working for Bywater for over 5 years. Prior to that, I was a public librarian who also used Koha, and Bywater was my support company. So I was doing the math last night. It was hard math after a night with the Brits. And no, you shouldn't try to compete with them. I've officially been using Koha for 10 years. So I started, I know that's pretty impressive. I was in the 3s back in the day. When I moved, so I was a public librarian. I started as tech services, all those catalogers out there. And then I moved into systems. And unfortunately, my library is way smaller than most of yours, a town of 4,000. So a little bit different issues there than 64 branches or whatever that y'all have. But I do want to, first of all, before I get into my presentation, I want to say congratulations to everyone. This is your first Koha conference. This is a huge step for anyone who's coming for the first time because it's a great opportunity to see what Koha can do. I mean, Jason just showed us this amazing thing to say, look what I can do because it's so customizable. When I learned Koha, I wasn't told, hey, by the way, did you know this is open source? Because I think open source was scary to people. So you didn't talk about it. But we should be super excited to use open source because we're seeing how everyone can use it differently. Small libraries, big libraries, academics, multi-branch consortium. So
great job for coming if this is your first time. And for all those presenting, thank you for giving your time to do that, because I think we all need to learn every day. So here we are, we're learning. So when I first went to Bywater, I was an educator, and I'm sad to say there is not one person in this room that I actually trained in the 4 years I was an educator, right? Nobody, right? And that's sad to me. I was like, oh, I don't know anybody. But as an educator, and still to this day, I feel like my mission and responsibility is to share everything I can about Koha. Monday Minutes, we're weekly. We, make it a mission to get that out to you all, because we think it's important for people to continue to learn. This presentation is going to cover plugins. Now, when I worked in my public library, did I know what a plugin was? Did I understand anything about those weird words? Plugin. I mean, who knew? I actually didn't even know what Koha meant back then. It's sad. I know. But the more you know, the better you're going to be at something. So even if this is something you're never going to do, you now know what is available out there, or some of the things that are available. I know, boring. Kelly, get on to the presentation. But, I think another purpose for this presentation, and I promise I'll get to it, but I have a whole hour with y'all. So let me tell you, you're here. Another purpose for this presentation is to, give everybody the opportunity and encourage you all to explore the system you're using. Just play around. I know that koha-US has a test site. Bywater has a test site. Anyone can go in there and just play around and try what Jason did with the course reserves. Just play around with it. So, and give the opportunity maybe for the colleagues that weren't able to come, to help them or encourage them or share what you learned at this conference. I'm super privileged to work with Koha, to work for Bywater, because we love working with libraries. And I hope you enjoy this. And I'm really sad I don't have Donna. It's really sad. Okay. So there's Donna. Oh, and I came all the way from Maine, but I guess I didn't win the prize, right? And there I am. So today, we're going to cover plugins, what they are, where do you find them, and how to use them, upload them, yada, yada, yada. Super, super exciting. So what the heck is a plugin? Now, Barbara and somebody else talked about plugins already today. Oh, Jason. And I'm like, man, they're stealing my thunder. So Barbara talked all about the cover flow plugin. So you know that. Jason talked about a plugin I had no idea existed. So that's really awesome. But it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to expand Koha in a different way. So it's not built into the code. It's something you're going to install in your system, and I'll show you that. I'm actually going to go live into Koha. But before we talk about it, Nick, my colleague over there, he doesn't remember writing this blog post, but there is a blog post out there that said, to plug or not to plug, I think was the title, about plugins and the pros and cons. So I want to talk to you just a little bit about that, because it's important to know the pros and cons. A pro to a plugin: rapid development. So they can constantly change it and upgrade it. Like, it doesn't have to wait till the next release. It's going to be able to be fixed and in. Think about the pandemic. Curbside plugin. I mean, that happened overnight, I feel like. Did anyone work on that in this room? Wow. Well, anyways, it was awesome for a lot of libraries to be able to get that functionality into Koha without waiting for a release, without waiting for an upgrade. They just got it in there. So rapid development. It's customizable. So we can certainly customize it to a specific library's needs or specific vendors. So do you know if anybody here is using a plugin at your library? Yes. Shout it out. What are you using? Cover flow? Yeah. Michael, what is it? Hoopla? Overdrive? PayPal, see? Whoa, you guys know this and you're awake. Yes. So PayPal is a great example. So it's a vendor specific plugin because PayPal is a specific vendor. Hoopla, same thing. So we customize it and create it. We, not me. I'm using the royal we, I guess. And then expandable. There are, I'm going to use words I don't know. I'm just going to use Nick's words. Plugin hooks found throughout Koha that will allow these plugins to activate during certain workflows. So it's expandable. There's lots of hooks in Koha and we can hook it in. Super fun. I don't even know what that meant, but that's what he wrote. Cons, maintenance. We have to keep up with it. So with every upgrade, we have to make sure it's still working. And that means the developer is usually the one responsible for that plugin. Scope. Usually we're tackling problems that are specific to a library and they are narrow sometimes in scope. They're not really seeing the whole picture of what maybe other libraries need. And then reliability. This is a sad one. There could be bad code out there, bad plugins or plugins that don't work in the current versions. So reliability is kind of important to think about where you're getting your plugins, how you feel about the plugins. But then this is where I'm going to get back on my soapbox. Talk to the community. Reach out in the listserv or go to a SIG meeting and just say, hey, I saw this plugin. Has anyone used it? Or try it on the test site. That's a great opportunity again to use a test site or Deadbox or whatever you've got to try it out. So just know that. So we're gonna go real in a minute, but a lot of the plugins are found on GitHub. I put a few up here. Bywater has some. There's other places like PTFS Europe who's here. TK, I can't remember how to pronounce it. TechA Solutions. And then in Libro, Caroline's in the back. So she also is some of the plugins we're going to talk about today. And that little cat's super cute, doesn't it relate to everybody here? So the first step, once you find these plugins that you are like, hey, this sounds really interesting, and we're going to talk about lots today. First, you got to upload it. So you're going to grab that file, it's usually a KPZ file, and download it to your computer and then upload it into your Koha system. Has anyone done that? I'm sure. Gentleman over here. Yep. Somebody was nodding. Yep. Good, good, good. Great job. Great job. I think some people are nervous about doing something like that. If you have permissions in Koha to be able to see the plugins, they are going to live in your administration. So here's a nice screenshot, which you probably can't see in the back, where you can see the plugins that are on your system once they're uploaded. The most important pieces of this kind of screenshot are the enabled and disabled. What's actually turned on in your system. So you can see I have this scan barcode prefixer that's disabled. It's not really currently running or configured on my site. The other really important part, well, there are two. The other really important part is the action. That's where you're going to run it or configure it. And we'll talk about that. And then, of course, the author of the plugin is nicely, proudly put on there too, which I like. Oh, let's pause here for a second. I hope I don't go too deep. I'm really sorry. If you decide to put in a plugin and then you don't touch it for a while and you get upgraded 100 times or 3 times or 1 time, and you're like, oh, I don't know if it's working. You can see the version of the plugin you have and then see what the newest version is. Because remember, we talked about one of the pros is rapid development. So they're constantly changing. If PayPal decides to do something different, that plugin will have to be adjusted and a new release will go out. Everyone's following me, right? Awesome. So I'm going to talk about a few and then we're going to go in, but I'm not going to talk too long about this one because Barbara did a great presentation on the CoverFlow plugin. So if anyone's not using that, please, please, please go to Barbara's site. It's beautiful, or lots of sites, OPACs, and see what you can do. It's pretty cool. Galadriel. Do you know if anyone is using Galadriel plugin in your library? Yes, good. This is a way to customize your OPAC. And it's fantastic because you can tweak colors and fonts and hide things really easily. And we'll go into that one today. When Donna and I brainstormed for this presentation, I'm sending her good thoughts right now. Okay. We talked about what are the most popular ones, as well as we're going to talk about some of the other obscure ones, but this is fun to talk about the ones that a lot of people use, or maybe people would really like to know exist out there. The patron emailer. Anyone using the patron emailer? Yes, good. This will allow you to customize emails and send them from your Koha system. So outside of the notices and slips that currently live in Koha, you can create your own notices and send them out to a group of patrons like, hey, welcome to the library. The label maker. Anyone use the label maker? This is outside the tools module. This is a plugin. Y'all do spine labels also differently than what Koha created their spine labels to be. So this was created to further customize spine labels or any type of labels you're using. And for those libraries, I think there's a law library out there. Yep. Where you get a sheet of labels and there's like a spine label on 2 columns and then address ones. So that helps too. So another way you can create labels and print them from Koha is through this label maker. This is from one of the other TK, I think. I didn't even know this existed. Add URLs to Mark. So if you wanted to throw in a bunch of URLs to your existing records that aren't there, or you have to change them, this is one of those cool ones maybe you didn't know existed. And we'll look at this one. In Libro, this is a stat chart, really fun. It has like, I think, pre-populated 10 reports, and you can run those reports and they'll give it to you visually as a chart. Yes, Koha does those already. Any report you have, you can create a chart, but these are already built, so super easy. I touched on this briefly, but there are third-party specific plugins. So they're designed because everyone does things differently. BroadArt for EDI ordering. I'm sure there's people out there who use EDI ordering. BroadArt, Midwest Tape, Baker and Taylor, they all do a little differently. So those plugins can be super specific to the needs of that connection. So one of those third-party specific vendor plugins would be for e-commerce. So we have a PayPal plugin, we have a PayGov plugin, Invoice Cloud, and a Nelnet. And then EDI ordering, BroadArt. I don't even think they're all here. BroadArt, Findaway, Ingram, Midwest. So these, again, are vendor-specific plugins that you could use and configure. Anyone using EDI? Yeah, okay, good. How can we get plugins to be created or enhanced or improved? Or we got a great idea, like, I don't know, like a display plugin maybe. We're a part of a community, and that's the beauty of Koha, is we can make a difference. We can add things, we can improve those. If you just said, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great? And Jesse and I and Nick have a presentation on Friday, so please don't leave at 9 a.m. that we're going to talk more about community. But it's important to know that you have a voice. Everybody here has a voice in Koha, and you can file a ticket for plugins. It's more like an issue. It's kind of an outside system. If you're supported by a vendor, reach out to that vendor. again, or go on IRC. If you're part of the Bywater Slack us. Talk to or email the developer directly. No one's hiding. They love to make Koha better. I have the resources here. You can also scan the QR code if you wanted to at any point. That's going to bring you to a blog post that has all this information. Like I've put all the blog posts that we've created at Bywater for plugins specifically, and all this is here too. So pretty cool if you want to grab that, or these will go out. Before I jump in live, does anyone have any questions at this point? Oh, good.
So I was wondering, back on the patron emailer, do you know on that, does that go through Koha's email system, or is it go through a local email system?
Liz says the Koha email server, and she'll talk about it to you privately later.
Okay. And also, do you know, are there video demos or tutorials of each of these plugins?
So this QR code is going to link you to all the blog posts that I could find that Bywater has created. If there is documentation on in Libros, their documentation is right on their website. So that website, their In Libro website is actually really good. That plugin directly link will bring you to all of them. You don't even have to go to GitHub, and there are resources for those plugins as well. It's unfortunate because sometimes I think the developers create this, as I talked about, it's customizable to a specific library. They create this plugin, they upload this plugin, and it's for a specific library, but it's there. And they might have done documentation for somebody specific, but not shared it, which happens because they're ready to try something and develop something new. But please reach out to them or, play around with it. And I'm sure they would be happy if you shared documentation once you used it too. Any other questions? Thank you, Crispy. Okay. If I want to go to a browser, I just hit escape. Okay, thank you. Pause for 1 second. We need some like Jeopardy music. Thank you. Exactly what I wanted. I'm going to make it. Oh. I am not a PC user, but how do I zoom in? I want to make this nice and big for y'all. Okay. So this is just a test site of ours. Oh, look at the plus up there. Talked about where they live. And the plugins live in the Koha administration. And since I'm really large, it's going to look really funny. And there's your plugins. Okay. Can I like scroll it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So we're not going to go through the cover flow because Barbara did a fantastic one. Oh, before we go any further, you have a search option here. You can search for existing plugins outside in GitHub. And I believe it's going to go to look for Bywater's PTFS Europe and one more place when you search. So you might not necessarily find it if it's something other than those 3 places. But if you search for one, you can see now my screen is slightly changed and I can actually see any of the plugins that are existing outside in GitHub. And I have that button that says install and it'll be bringing it right into my system. You can also see the version, so that's nice. I think I have this installed, but let's go ahead and run it again. Just so we can watch it happen. Okay.
Kelly, quick question.
Yeah.
Can you use that to also update the plugin?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. One of the challenges for me in this page is that we haven't, and I'm going to file a bug today. I've thought about it all week. It's kept me up at night. Is my list is quite long here. See? So for me to find something, there's no search your own plugins. You have to scroll the page. Don't you think that's a good bug? Like, why do I have to scroll? Right? Yeah. Look at Lucas right there. So I want to pop into the Galadriel OPAC theme because if you all haven't done this or looked at it, you should really take a look, do some tweaking. My action button has 3 options. Sometimes you'll have 4 options, like a run one, if you actually are running, making a thing happen. In this case, I just have configure, uninstall, and delete. There are, oh, let me scroll up a bit, sorry. Look at all the options up at the top. So I can alter the entire OPAC, like that main area, add a logo, give it height. Then I can adjust the top navigation bar, the search bar, this more searches, the login box, the breadcrumbs. Oh my Lord, how awesome is this? Like really, you can make all these changes yourself. I love it. This is my favorite, the search results. You know, what do you want to hide? What do you want to change? My favorite when I go down here is facets. Sometimes those facets don't make sense to folks when they're searching and those facets are on the left on the OPAC. What if you just hid one that you're like, does this even make sense? Does this help my patrons? Because it's all about them. So you could go in there and say, well, I'm going to just go ahead and hide the topics facet because I know some of the things aren't cataloged as great as I'd like them to. And then when you hit the bottom, keep on going, save, you go to your OPAC, it's done. Boom. Woo. Should we try it? Yes, Kelly. Kelly. Just kidding. Just kidding. Y'all have to understand. It's been a day. Okay, by water. I'm not a good one-hander typer. I think I got it right. So here I am in the OPAC. Oh. Go ahead, search. I want to get some facets up on the left, and then we're going to hide one because that's how easy it is. So there's your facets. If you weren't sure what I was talking about and you thought I looked crazy, there they are. There's your topics. There's your places. You can see I'm a multi-tabber. And this mouse is just as bad as the trackpad. Okay, scroll down. What do you say? Topics. There we go. Click that. Now, I want to just pause for a second. Look at this. Unwanted? Things I don't want to see? Awesome. Moving on. Save and exit, save and continue. If I want to make more changes, I don't want to pop out of the plugin. Save and exit, I'm going to pop out of the plugin. Save and continue. Whew. Dunsy doodles. Here we go. What do you think? Refresh that page. The power we all have just by this amazing plugin. There it is. It's gone. That's how you can do it. I know. I see shocked looks. Everyone is so impressed. I know. So again, probably not best to just make a lot of changes on your OPAC in one go. Maybe write them down or do one at a time, or maybe on a test site just in case, because that's what I would do, or give it a shot, ask a question, reach out in, the listserv if you have any questions. This one I don't think is as well documented, Christopher, because it's constantly being changed by Lucas. He's making it like he'll get a ticket. Hey, can I do this on the OPAC? And he's like, wow, everyone probably wants to be able to do this. And then I add to it. So this used to be like 3 options in the Galadriel plugin, or maybe like 3 of these things. And now look at this. There's so many. One other thing, if you're not using this one, I really like this, is he added this like custom link text that will show up when you have online resources. So that's really awesome too. Again, making it very clear it's an online resource. Any questions about the Galadriel plugin? You're loving it, right? Oh, yeah. This is interactive today, y'all. I wish we had some chocolate though. Yeah, I just had to get up and move around a little bit. But
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
so is that on right now in my thing? I can actually go in and do that right now.
Oh, I mean,
If it's installed on your, I saw it. I logged in
Yeah.
right now.
it's there and
Okay.
configurable.
I'm gonna have so much fun with my boss when we get home.
The power, look at the power. Everyone's excited. Oh, good. We got YouTube.
There is one comment online that says, we need a t-shirt that says Koha Dunsey Doodles. And the response, one of the responses is the Bywater marketing team can make that t-shirt happen really fast.
On it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, I know Liz probably doesn't want me to show you the patron emailer. Okay, I'm moving on because I listen to my systems team. But there is a patron emailer, just saying. I'm gonna use my breadcrumbs. I'm gonna pop back over to the plugins page. Another one I wanted you guys to see, or y'all, sorry, is the label one. So let me scroll down again. Wouldn't it be great if we had that search button actions? Again, we just have run, uninstall, or delete.
Disable,
Say what?
disable.
Did I disable? Thank you. There are some templates already created, which A is super nice. B, you can kind of figure out what to change if you need to change it, because it's kind of a little bit more apparent than if you just had one big blank box and you're like, what do you want me to put in here? But just like in the label creator in regular tools, you got templates and layouts and printer profiles. So it's the same process, which I really like, that we've kept the same terminology, the same functionality, and muscle memory is also here. So they didn't recreate the wheel at all. You got your templates and your layouts, so you can see all this pretty. If you know, what is this? Is this HTML? What is this considered? CSS. If I go ahead, just like, your regular batch, you're going to get the same thing. Once you configure this, and if anyone's ever configured labels in Koha regularly, it's not fun, right? But once it's done, you set it and forget it. Same thing, you pick your batch, you pick your labels, your layout, printer profile starting. So it's pretty great. I think it's going to look exactly like it did before. Look at that. I don't know what I changed in this one, if it doesn't do this in regular Koha. I can't remember.
I have a quick question, and I'm not even monitoring the ones online.
No.
Are those, it said Avery templates, are those preloaded into
Yeah.
the plugin?
Yep.
Holy crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I believe it's one of the ones that is preloaded, and it's been a while, is there's one that has the 3 sizes. I think it's this one, basic. But yeah, there's 3 loaded. If I scroll down, sorry, you see? Yep, holy crap is right.
But then other templates can be added and created.
Exactly. So
And is there a repository of is there possibly a repository of templates and layouts that have already been created?
Ooh, that would be really good, like a wiki page to create for somebody to say like, I created this, or a Mana database for that.
Yeah, either of those would be excellent.
Yep. So, you know, the layout, there's a lot done for you. Like you fill it out, just like you did in the tools, the label, gutters, width. It's helping you through this process. You don't have to do it all by scratch. Or again, like I would say you would do it from what I saw in the previous page. I know you're all impressed, right? Super fun. Good. Okay, I gotta pop over to one other site. So I apologize for my typing. I'm gonna try to cheat the system here. I was in 2205. Now I'm in I think the current version. Jesse, could you unlock me from train 1? Okay, we'll go on to the next one anyways, until we come back to that one. We're gonna go and add a check URL one. Does that sound interesting to everybody? Like throw some URLs into some bib records? Yes, awesome. Okay. I didn't find any documentation on this one. I feel like we talked about doing a Monday Minutes a couple weeks ago because we had Tomas, the creator of the plugin, and then just time. All I have to say is just time. Add URLs to mark records. I'm going to scroll over. Oh, I still don't have a configure. So what this, oh, bugger. I can't show it to you. I'm not on my computer. Okay. What this wants you to do is wants you to give a CSV file, bib number, URL. I think that's all you needed in the CSV file. And then you import that CSV. All you need is a bib number, URL, and get a report to do that. Get those bib numbers you need. Import it, run it, and it's going to add that URL right to the 856U. Pretty fantastic. Sorry, I forgot I didn't have my computer, but it's really great. Am I all set? Really secure here, really secure. Okay. Back to plugins. I'm just in a different test site. This one I really liked. And again, I was just poking around in GitHub sites and in Libro's website. Theirs is really cool. I'm going to go to this stat chart, which I talked about how it can visually show you results. Has anyone seen this? No? First time? First time? Any of these data sets are already created. So you just have to click any of them and it's going to create the chart for you. Patrons per category, maybe. Let's go for that one. Generate. I mean, how cool is that? That's pretty, right? I know. Thank you. Well, I guess we could thank InLibro back there. Thanks. And I think everyone should shout it from the rooftops, the developers, when they create these, because like they're just maybe was created for one library and now everyone can use it because we're an open source world. How exciting. Okay. Let's go back to my other site. I'm really sorry about the other one. There we go. I will put my contact slide up as well. If anybody wants to ask any questions, I'm happy to help anybody with this. And I would say that this would be great to donate to the community if you decide to try one of these and write some documentation up. You could be a guest star on Monday Minutes. Think about that. How awesome would that be? Okay. We are going to, I want to just pop into just like, if anyone knows, you know, or uses or thinks about using EDI or any vendor specific plugins. There's a configure one because we're not going to ever run it. all the information for these more vendor specific ones will pop into PayPal probably as well. I mean, this is pretty complex to me. I don't know about you all, but like all this is just needs to be received from your vendor, and you fill it out and you run it away. But every one of these EDI or e-commerce ones are going to be specific for information you're getting from your other vendor, and you're going to import that. And Bob's your uncle. Where's Bob? Oh, I found another one. Forgot. So please play around with these. It's really fun. Change the due date. Did you all know this one? This was a plugin. Did you? You've used it? You use it? During COVID? Perfect. So another plugin. This was really great because, you know, we've been asked before, like, can I just, once it's checked out, can I change the due date? And you actually can't in Koha. You have to renew it or check it in and check it back out with a different due date. For this change, the return date, due date, you could have a couple different options. You could choose the category. So you could say for all my faculty, or all my audiobooks, or borrower number from this to this. I even tried just one single borrower number because I just needed to extend it for one person. And I just put that borrower number in. Perfect. And then new return date. And magic, it changes the due date. You know, again, use case scenario. Maybe this is not something you'd ever think you needed, but maybe we have a pandemic and we needed to do this. You know, that kind of thing. What? Yeah, well, we know how to handle it now. Okay. For those big libraries, maybe y'all haven't known this, we have a batch patron permission modifier. This allows you, and maybe the larger libraries are using this, or for larger libraries, you didn't know this existed. You can create templates and say, all my CERC patrons get these permissions, and you create a CERC template or patron. And then you assign those staff members to a patron list, and then you run it to say, so all my CERC staff, I throw it into a list, and then I say, use this template. And that's how easy it is. If you had 50 employees, you need to do permissions, you'd be better off, right? So here's your configure. These are my template patrons. So let's go ahead and open a new one, 893. I really don't like trackpads. This is my CERC template. They're not really a person at all, but they have those permissions. So anyone associated with this list, and look at that. So I can actually see the people that have this CERC permissions. This is my man, Harry. If I go into Harry's permissions, he's linked to that permission template. If I say, oh, I want to change Harry's permissions, guess what? I can't, because he's attached to this whole other thing. That's really actually awesome, I think. Then I can pop over there if I have the right permissions and change it, but then I'd be changing it for everybody. Has anyone seen this? Does this sound awesome? You've seen it? Yeah, good, good. And you, Bob, you use it? Yeah, perfect, perfect. Are you? Oh, that's awesome. I believe we have a blog post on that. If not, we can create one for you. Okay. How many more minutes do I have? Okay, I'm gonna do one more, and then we can have questions, because like y'all are awesome, but you probably like are sick of watching me walk around. Okay. The last one, I think we did a Monday Minutes on this one, is Report Plus plugin. So what if you had like a set of barcodes or ISBN? No, I can't do that one. Oh, you don't need it anymore? But could we pretend? Okay, we're going to pretend you need this, but I guess you don't need this. Why don't we need it anymore, Nick? Oh, he's talking about like a parameter. Shucks. Okay, let's just go back to the plugins and see what else fits our fancy. Okay. I don't like these okay. You see how I made my screen so big I can't get to my more menu. I hope you're learning something today. I hope you're all having a great day because it's 100% super awesome. We're here today. We can go to PayPal. It's kind of boring though. Actually, this is a pretty one. This one's like fancy. Got rid of all my CSS. PayPal, again, with the vendor specific plugins, you have things that PayPal wants. You're going to give your PayPal user a password, the charge description. This one is also documented, Christopher, just in case you're not using this or you are using this. You can assign a library. Now, remember, when you're using anything in Koha and it bothers you, like that list, that searching, please submit a bug. We'll be here Friday morning at 9 a.m. to talk about doing bugs. So don't worry, we'll be, Thursday? Oh, Thursday. Tomorrow. Okay. Let's see. One more. I cannot believe that one's obsolete now. Guess I should have talked to Nick before my presentation. I should have had Nick come with me on my presentation. Oh, that's right. He wasn't registered. Anyways, okay. That's really all I have. Oh, let me just check my notes. Oh, actually, Jesse, I wrote that. Tomorrow we are presenting in my notes. Tomorrow we are presenting on how to get involved in the Koha community. So this is just a teaser to what we'll talk about then, like filing a bug, talking to people about these plugins, documenting the plugins or using them and sharing that information with your neighbor library or somebody else that you work with, because that's what it is, the power of open source and the community that we're in. So I hope you all had a great time. Yes. If not, you'll see me again 2 more times. So here we go. Any questions? Please, please, please. Oh, don't, no. It is. Yes. There is a room reservation plugin. Oh, sorry.
I forgot. Yeah, noticed the plugin that said room reservations. So I was asking if that was for like meeting rooms and stuff like that.
Yes, absolutely it is.
Will that allow us to put like our rules for using those rooms and like signups or anything like
There
that?
is some customizability. That's a really hard word for me to say, obviously, in the text above to say like, hey, or you could link out on that page to say, here are our rules. Sorry, I'm not putting this close to my mouth. Yes, there is a blog post on that and I can send it to you if you get me your information. I guess Nick has a question.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to comment that if you install a plugin from the screen here and do that, you will still need, unfortunately, to have Plaque and Memcache reset just to pick up that new code. Same goes for if you update a plugin this way, just to get that version and everything, you got to clear the cache out. So if you do that, please contact your vendor or your systems person to take care of it. That's all.
Nick, if they went right to GitHub, they wouldn't have to do that, right? If they downloaded it from GitHub? Oh, you still have to. Okay. Whenever you install a new plugin, restart all the things. Thanks, Nick.
There's a comment online. Somebody was curious about the EDS plugin.
Yep.
And while you're looking that up, I'll mention to Jessica that I did Jessica's at one of my libraries and she asked the question about the room reservation plugin. And the reason we're not using it is because the last time I looked at it, there wasn't a way to configure it for 50 different libraries. It was one size fits all.
There are Koha connects with EDS. So if anyone's using the EBSCO discovery layer, that was what the question was, right? Okay. There are two ways to configure the EBSCO discovery layer on Koha. You can use their front-facing catalog search and not use the Koha OPAC. But if you choose to use the Koha OPAC as the forward-facing search functionality, then you would use this plugin. It is, again, where's my search? You're going to just get a lot of information, throw it in there. There is also a tutorial video on this one. There is just how it works. A lot, again, with these vendor specific, most of the stuff you're not going to know. You're going to ask your vendor. They're going to give you this information. And you can go ahead and use this as your, if you have EDS or thinking about getting EDS. So it does integrate. Any other questions? I'm going to say I did pretty good with my time. I was super worried. I was really worried.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back. Let's see here. Actually, you got an extra 5 minutes, so we'll start up again at 2:45. Oh, by the way, we're going to do another drawing here. Let's see here. I am going to have, what's your name?
Max.
Max. Max is going to draw from the bowl for us. And the lucky winner of a mug is Kelly. Wow.
Also Wednesday. Jesse and I are now going to have matching mugs and we'll have to drink from them on Monday.
That's not rigged at all. Okay, let's do another one. Let's see here. What is your name?
Charlie.
Why don't you draw from the bowl? Right from the top. Didn't even dig. Okay. Is it Jason Green? Are you in the room? Is he here? Okay, we're gonna have to move on to somebody else. If you're not present, you don't get the mug, sorry. I'm gonna have you take another one. Dig for it. All right. Thank you. David Blakesley, are you here? Aha. Come on up, grab a mug. We've got one more. Let's see here. Who can I pick on? I need somebody from, let's not lose the names. Somebody from this table. How about you? You want a mug. You get to pass on the good luck. Is it Heba? The last mug is yours. Go for it. You planned that. All right. Enjoy your break. There was a request to remind everybody, if you haven't joined the group me text, there's cards on the table. Scan that with your camera so that you can join the group texts, so you can find out where people are meeting for lunches or after hours. So make sure you join that. About a minute and a half and we'll get started again.
Okay, we're going to get started back up again. Next up, we have Justin Lockey from McKinney Public Library System, and his presentation is Metabase, Next Level Data Visualization. This sounds really interesting.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. My name is Justin Lockey, like she said, and I'm with the McKinney Public Library down in Texas. I work as a library technician, and I'm very excited to share the different workflows that we have introduced with Metabase. And we'll talk a little bit about, it's basically broken down into two parts. First, we'll talk about some of the different features that Metabase has. And then I'll go into a quick little demo just showing how smooth a lot of the data visualization actually is. And yeah, let's go from there. First off, can I get a show of hands? Is anybody not familiar with databases or how they work or anything like that? No, we've all got a pretty good idea. Oh, that's perfect. But basically, in case anyone online is not familiar with them, databases are kind of broken down into tables, which basically have fields in them. And it's kind of like a spreadsheet to where you can fill in those fields from these different tables. You can join the tables together to combine that data, all that other stuff. So, quick little overview of what we're going to be going over. So first off, what is Metabase? We're going to be going into looking at some of the different tables. We're going to be looking at how you actually make the visualizations. We'll look at the dashboards and subscriptions, also the collections. Finally, we'll be going over the workflow before Metabase, after Metabase, what really even changed. with Y Metabase. And then we'll go on to some of the hiccups that we had along the way. As well as at the end, we'll have questions, but that's a lie because I'll do the demo right after I cover the cons, and then we can get to the questions. All right, first off, what is Metabase? Metabase is an open source intelligence tool, which is a very fancy way of saying you can plug in data and it makes it look pretty. It's live data collection, which means that it is coming from our live Koha server, but that also means that it's very flexible in that you can basically build the visualization and then you can change the data that it's pulling and it will automatically update. So it's very flexible in that way. You can question your data, which is basically another way of saying query, another way of doing reports, all that other stuff with optional SQL. So you don't have to know SQL in order to get all the fancy things that you want. It also has obviously visualizations. It's got staff-friendly dashboards. So if a lot of your staff are not familiar with data visualization, you can set up basically subscriptions to send out to them regularly so they can be up to date with all the other things. And you can skip Koha reports. I don't know if anybody's not fond of those, but okay. So taking a quick look at the tables, it's got some useful tools that you can use for people that are not familiar with these different tables to basically help describe them, get them up to date with what's going on without having to be hands-on training them. You can change the name of the table that appears inside of Metabase. You can change the description, as well as some tidbits on why the table is interesting. And finally, the things to be aware of for the table. All right, and then you can actually open up the different fields that are within that table. And you can also edit the field name as well as the field type. And just like we were doing for the tables, you can also do that for every single field in the entire database. Do you want to do that? No. But if there is a table and a field that you frequent, that is very useful to have information on hand for. Okay, so moving on to the visualizations, you can build a question, which is basically a report within Metabase. There's a couple of different ways that you can do it. There's a simple way to do it, which is you just pull up the table with all that data and you just start pressing buttons and it gives you something beautiful. You can also do a custom question, which allows you to do things like joins, which is very useful if you're trying to capture multiple data, multiple fields from different data or tables. And you can also do native queries if you just love SQL. So you can also edit existing questions and save them as a new one. It's very flexible in that way. So if you have something that captures the data that you want, but maybe if you want to look at it in a different way, you can do that. It's also got an easy way to join different tables, as well as easy ways to do multi-series visualizations, which I'll show you in a little bit. Okay, so if we wanted to do a simple question, here is the Koha items table. What we're looking at is up in the top right there, that little summarize button. So if you click on that, it will open up an option that you can basically choose what to summarize it by, and you can group it up in different ways. There's also the ability to filter it out. And then once you've got the data that you actually want, down there in the bottom left, it's really small, but it's the visualization button. And that's where the magic happens. You basically get to choose what the visualization is, and you can customize it to however you want it to be using the settings button that's also down there. Then if you wanted to do a custom question, it's going to be that even smaller button up in the top right. And that'll take you to this little, these different fields that you can edit to basically capture whatever you want. And you can always open this up later and build on it from there. Or you can start a simple question and convert it into a custom question back and forth, all which ways. Okay. And here's an example of a fully filled out one with also the ability to create custom columns if you're a lot smarter than me. Okay. And then if you really love SQL, don't strain your eyes. It's not, you don't need to read that. But basically, there are some things that you just can't do easily using the tools that they have available. So for example, in this one, we wanted to capture the different collection codes that we have and put them into larger buckets to make the visualization look a bit better. Because if it's got 50 different colors on the bar graph, it's going to be kind of hard to read. Okay, and another fancy thing that you can do is if you build a like a custom question or a simple question, you can actually look at the SQL that it generates, and you can convert it into a question for SQL and start editing it from there. Is that always useful? Sometimes, if you really want to find out a way that it's doing that. But it also generates it in a way that a machine would. So sometimes that doesn't make sense to my brain, but all right. So visualizations are always very useful if you can look at multiple things at once. And that's where multi-series comes in. So you can pull up, so on this graph right here, what we've got is a count of the new patrons that we have by month. And then we've also broken it down into the different categories for those patrons. So whether they're McKinney residents or if they're county residents. So for example, we can see vast majority of them are going to be McKinney residents all throughout. And then somewhere around 2020, we suddenly had a whole lot of digital accounts. I don't know what's up with that. And then for multi-series, you can also, if you have multiple things from different databases, as long as they share a common access, you can actually bring them together. So here we've got page views from the previous 3 months by week and the count of issues, which is basically items being checked out by 3 weeks or 3 months by week. And then, now please hold your applause. There's 2 lines on a graph now. Now, may not seem like much, but this was something that we were very looking forward to whenever we were working with Metabase because these are from 2 different databases. So just the possibilities for things that you can do with this, you can see if you get it set up correctly, you can have like programming attendance as well as circulation at that time. You can see just a whole bunch of different stuff that we're very excited to hopefully get working in the future. It also has this feature called X-ray. So if you are looking at a certain table, you can start X-raying the data, which generates summaries and visualizations automatically. So it's right there. You can just click that button and it will automatically generate a bunch of reports that it may think are useful. Are they always useful? You can see right here, you know, return claims by borrower number is not the most useful statistic, but if you look down there in the bottom right, it's a return claim per resolution. So basically breaking down the claims returned by how it was resolved, which could be actually very useful. And what you can do is you can just click on that visualization right there and start editing it to what you specifically want it to do, which is one of the big bonuses to using X-ray. Here's some more examples, and it's just breaking them down by time now. Dashboards. So you can build all of these questions, and obviously you want to show them next to each other, which is where dashboards come in. Here is one example that they have up on their website. And here is one of my test dashboards. Don't worry, not all of them look like that. And with dashboards also comes subscriptions. So you can set it up to where it will regularly email you any changes that happen within those dashboards. So say if you want to see what the circulation is for every week, it will automatically send you that update. If you want to see what any changes are, you can base it on time or some of the other things that we can take a look at later. This was another big thing that we were looking for with Metabase is public dashboards. Transparency is a big part of the a citywide thing for McKinney, and we wanted to be able to share some of the different statistics that we have to our public. And we were finally able to do that with Metabase. This is the actual public dashboard that we have set up. to where we can show everybody that's how many people have used the collection today, how many people have borrowed items this month, break it down, how many books we have in circulation, all that other stuff. Finally, collections. It's basically just a fancy word for folders, and you can organize it by whose it is, which like location. For example, we have over there on the left side, we have data for Hall, which is one of our branches, and then the other one's for JJG. It's just a useful way to organize the different questions that you have. So why Metabase? So here's some examples of differences that we found between Metabase and Excel. Metabase is just a lot faster. Just the whole process beginning to end is very convenient. I had Marcy, who is in charge of building our adult collections, asked me, we changed where these new books are. Can you show me exactly like if the circulation for those changed at all? And I was able to throw together an entire dashboard within an hour, where it might have taken me maybe a couple of days in using Koha reports and Excel. There's no SQL barrier. There's definitely a learning scale whenever it comes to Excel, because you both have to know SQL and you have to be able to build those visualizations within Excel using pivot charts, pivot tables, or anything like that. So thankfully, it's a lot lower barrier. And Metabase is an all-in-one solution as compared to Excel, which is just one part because you still have to deal with all of the Koha reporting. And finally, a big bonus is subscriptions from Metabase, where for Excel, you have to manually do it every time. Oop, I want to go back. There we go. So this is basically just showing what our workflow was before, which we had to obviously write the SQL into Koha reports. If you're like me, you have to do that about 10 times before you get what you want. Then you run the report, download the file, you gotta clean it if needed. For me, that's all the time. Create the different tables and graphs in Excel. But if you finally get to the end and you didn't get everything that you wanted, gotta get right back to the beginning. With Metabase though, you just have to select the database that you're looking at, as well as the tables, join, filter, group them, all that other stuff. You just press visualize and graph it, customize it to how you want it to look. And then if you didn't capture everything, you can just change the report that it pulls from and it automatically updates the graphs. Now, here's some of the hiccups that we had. So there are some features that are behind a paywall. We were really looking for white labeling, which is to be able to add our custom logos and colors to the different dashboards that we have. Unfortunately, that's a $500 a month minimum. It's a little over budget for us, but there's also some other things like advanced embedding, which I think goes into custom, like things outside of online stuff. Granular data access, audit logs, and more fancy stuff that we didn't really need. Hosting for your organization may be at the mercy of IT. That's one of the issues that we were running into. So at first, our plan was to have IT host the Metabase server for us, and we were basically going to have to pitch it to them and hope, cross our fingers, that they actually agreed with us that this is a tool that we needed. But thankfully, we were able to get help from Bywater. They were already an approved vendor, so we just had to ask them politely and slip them a few dollars, and there we go. One of the smaller nitpicky things is only the older version of Google Analytics. This is going to probably be a much bigger problem whenever they stop actually doing the older version of Google Analytics entirely, which is June or July next year. So hope that gets fixed. There's only one database per report, and this is also kind of a nitpicky thing, but you can show the different databases on the same dashboard like I showed you earlier. And this is pretty much for every software ever, but hiccups happen, and you sometimes have to wait for an update for those to be able to be fixed. I know, for example, we had the emailed subscriptions. Sometimes if it doesn't like the graph, it'll like throw a tantrum and throw a bunch of straight lines all over the graph in random directions. It's very funny though. All right, so this is a lie. There's no questions just yet because I'm going to pop into Metabase here. How am I looking for time? Doing pretty good. There we go. Okay. So let's take a look at the tables because that's where all the magic happens. We just go to browse data. So we've got our Koha server right here. And here is a reduced list of the different tables within Koha. The one that we're wanting to look at right now is going to be items. So I'll show you the learn about, which is the first thing that I showed on the presentation. So let's see. We've got obviously the tabs that I showed you before. You can also see the fields and you can actually edit it. So why don't we do that right now? Because I was never a big fan of C code because I didn't know what it meant for the longest time. So why don't we find that? If I can. There it is. So maybe we want to rename it to something a little better, to collection code. Or category code. I don't know what it actually is, but that seems good enough for me. All right, so let's just save that. And now that doesn't actually change it in Koha, so don't worry about that. It is only on the Metabase side that it changes that. So now we can see whenever it shows a C code field, it will instead show the collection code. So that definitely helps for readability for some of the different things that you might not know about. Okay, so then let's move on. So if we go here, let's take a look at this table. All right. So from here, you can see, obviously, we've got the different rows and columns inside of the database. It just captures a couple of the first ones that it sees all the way back to 1997. All right. So if we wanted to start making a visualization, all you got to do is hit summarize right here, and it'll give you some options. So we do want to summarize by the count of rows, and then let's just go with grouping them by the date they were accessioned. Let's do that by month. Okay, so it pops up and somehow we have a book all the way back, 4 books from 1899. That's a very small amount. So why don't we go ahead and filter those out? So maybe we want things that have been accessioned in the past year. Let's do that. There we go. That's looking a lot more readable. Okay, so this is just showing the number of items in each one of these months that we have added to our collection. And what else can we do to this? Let's see. In the visualization options, here's where it's going to give you the different things that you can change it to. So if we want it to be a bar graph, we can do that. Maybe we want to do a waterfall, although it's only going up, so maybe that's not the best one. All right, let's go with the bar graph. And we get some different options. So you can change some of the different things in relation to the axes. You can change how they look for that. This is more useful for multi-series ones. So let's just don't stack them. You can change some of these. For example, you can change y-axis to be logarithmic. I don't think we're going to do that. But I don't really like how it's date accessioned all one word for the bottom there. So let's just do date added. There we go. So that looks to be a great new addition. So new question. I can barely see the key. Oh yeah, I misspelled that. I can barely see the keyboard, so please forgive my spelling. There we go. All right, so let's just save that in my collection. Oh, hey, very convenient. Very cool Metabase demo stuff. You know what? I do want to add this to a dashboard. Thank you, Metabase. All right, let's go back into here. Let's just create a new dashboard right in there. Very cool stuff in here. All right. So we've got a new dashboard all set up with the new question that we just had. Let's stretch that out a little bit. And let's move on to the next one. So if we wanted to, let's go and do a custom question. So why don't I just search for the statistics table? Statistics, that's the table that I'm looking for. Okay, so this table basically shows us in different rows whether an item's been checked out, whether it's been returned, a local use, or renewed, stuff like that. So why don't we open up the editor here and do a join for this. So I want to join statistics to, let's just type that. I want to do items. Do that. And it makes joining very easy because you can just select the columns that you're wanting to combine them on. So item number seems like something that'd be in both. Oh, look at that. There we go. So we've got the item number and and let's just go ahead and start visualizing that. There we go. Let's filter based on date accession. Let's just do 12 months again. We also want to only do, let's only do checkouts. Didn't like that. This is a perfect time to get up, stretch your legs, you know, get some water in you. Here we are. All right. And finally, last one, I promise. Let's do date time, last 12 months as well. Okay. Let's go back in here and let's summarize it. Let's do a count of rows grouped by date time. Let's do by month. Got all that. So let's start visualizing it. My favorite part of Metabase is whenever I get into a lot of these and it starts loading for a long time, I get to take my break and still say I'm working. There we go. All right. So we can also add another grouping. So let's break this down by branch. So if we go back into summarize, we can add a grouping for branch. And I know this one's probably going to take a while. There we go. Okay, so now we've got a count of the issues. So basically items being checked out at the 2 different branches based on the date time and only items in the last 12 months that have been added. So let's go ahead and save that. You read my mind. Yes, I do. There we go. Joining all the other cool stuff that we have. All right. So let's go ahead and save that. Nice little graph down there. Let's take a quick look at the sequel that we did for the circulation by collection grouping. There we are. So this is the one that I pointed out earlier that we had written in SQL. It's going to have all of the different collections that we have basically grouped up into buckets. And we did that using the basically code that we had already written for SQL before. So we just copy pasted it, did all of the selections that we wanted, and boom. There we are. So using SQL, we were able to basically break down a whole bunch of different collection codes into only picture books, adult fiction, movies, stuff like that. And you can always look at the SQL right there. You can also have some useful buttons over here on the right side. So you can learn about the table that you're in case you wanted to actually select things. You've got variables and SQL snippets that you can add. And there, of course, is where it's all throwing those things into buckets right there. Sorry, I just wanted to show that off. All right. So looking at multi-series stuff, let's go to this one that I have. Test. Dash. Here we are. So this is the same graph that I was showing you earlier, and I just wanted to show you how easily you can add on multiple series onto a dashboard. So we've got this graph right here. So if we just edit it, there's this neat little button that you can change the visualization options from right here, so you don't got to go back to that single question. Click behavior, and here we are, add series. So let's add that. So as soon as we click on that, it'll bring up an entire list of a whole bunch of different questions that may or may not fit onto this. And it will give you a warning that it thinks that it's not compatible just because some of these are not going to have a time on the x-axis. So let's find one that does. And I cheated because I wrote it down earlier. So let's go with count of issues. There we are. So you just get to the exact one that you want, click on it. And there we are. Please hold your applause. I said hold it? Okay, there we go. All right. Then we can save that and we are good to go. Let's go check out some of the x-rays because that's one of the fancy things that I loved whenever I was first doing it. Okay, Koha. Then let's take a look at maybe suggestions. Okay, so on any single one of these tables, it's going to have this x-ray button. So we just got to click on it right there. And it will immediately start generating some different summaries. So we've got 4,000 suggestions, 30 suggestions in the past 30 days. Some things that maybe are not too useful for us. And then we'll start getting into some different visualizations and stuff like that. All right. It also shows geographic data. I don't think it goes down to zip codes, which is something that we were really hoping for. But if you want to show stuff across the United States or across different countries and stuff, it's also very useful for that. All right. So I was really liking the suggestions added in the last 30 days. So if you just click on it, it will immediately take you to that the question that it had generated for that, and you can edit it to however you want it to be. Let's see what we can do. Let's try doing visualization. Let's try doing a progress bar. And maybe our goal for the amount of suggestions that we want in the past 30 days to be 200 items. So we can show exactly how close we are to the goal, and you can set that up to where it sends it to you every month to see whether or not you hit that goal or something along those lines. So, okay, let's save that, add it to the same spot. All right, now you're just getting pushy. All right, then let's go back to the suggestions table and start X-raying it again. All right, so now if you scroll down past all of these, you can actually do show more about this. And this will just start generating a whole ton more that you can browse from. And it's basically just a way for you to dig deeper and for it to show you just throw a whole lot of darts at the board to see what lands. And let's see. I think the one that was most useful is suggestions per status, and I'm not going to wait for it to load. There we go. So this one was one that it automatically generated, and it shows basically which purchase suggestions from patrons that have already been checked, which ones have been rejected, which ones have been accepted. I don't know entirely how accurate this is because we do accept a whole lot of patron suggestions. So don't let this sully your view of the McKinney Public Library. But I really like that. So why don't we go ahead and add that? Oh. There we are. Okay. So we are finally back to this dashboard and we can just move things around. Maybe I don't like the color green for that one. So let's just change that to purple. Can do that all from here. We can move them around, resize them, all that stuff. And one of the things that we loved the most, so if we save that, pretty sure that's the share button. So we can actually enable sharing for this. You just got to click that, take this link and put it wherever you wanted your public dashboards to be, where it can be available for your patrons and everything like that. I changed my mind. There we go. Let me go back here, and then we can also set up a subscription just in case, since this was in the past like 12 months and also within the last 30 days, you can set it to whatever you want it to be. So you can change whose it's going to. You can change how often it is sent. You can also change it to where if there aren't anything new that's actually added, it won't send you anything. And it can also send you an attachment for all of the results. All right, let me see if we have anything else. I think we've got a few minutes, so maybe I just show off the Google Analytics that we were able to add. So for Google Analytics, like I mentioned earlier, you can connect it into Metabase. And we were able to connect it using Aspen Discovery. So now if we click on that, McKinney Public Library, we can pull up some different data that's within Google Analytics and potentially even add it to dashboards that are right next to stuff from Koha. And I'm not going to dig too deep into this because it still scares me. It does have a different way of doing it because I believe Google Analytics doesn't necessarily use SQL, or maybe it uses a different kind, but it will automatically add these fields in, and you can change it by date and basically summarize them those that way. I've not messed around with it enough, but look at all those. It's kind of intimidating. All right. So now let's go back here. That started from right there. Yes. Okay. Finally, now is the part for questions. And also, if you don't think of anything right now and want to contact me later, you can see my email address right there at the bottom. It's just jlockey@mckinneytexas.org. So are there any questions? Oh, yeah, you got the.
Thanks. Great presentation. Sorry, that's really loud. Maybe a couple questions. I guess the first thing that was coming to mind is it looks really complex. So is there a pretty good community as far as figuring out what all of their labels mean, where you should be looking, or do you feel like you're kind of just waiting and finding the stuff that fits?
For me personally, it was kind of waiting because I do enjoy kind of going in and figuring these kinds of things out. I would hope that Koha does have a whole lot of documentation on what all of these fields are and what they mean and what they're used for. So you could use that. But if you're looking for Metabase specific stuff, I do know that they do have some pretty good documentation as well.
As far as sharing the data, it looked like you can embed things with like iframes as well. When you share out the emails and it said something about attachments, what are they getting? There's like a PDF of the dashboard.
I am not 100% sure. I would guess a picture.
Okay.
Is my best guess,
Gotcha.
but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I think that's pretty much it. And you said that you're contracting with Bywater to.
Yes, Bywater is running and hosting it for us.
I guess that was my other question. What kind of stipulation? I wasn't going to ask price, but the stipulation, are you doing this by like seat license for access? Can you hit all of your branches, as many as you want, and keep adding them? Do you know?
That was way above my pay grade.
Okay. We'll ask Bywater.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a good question to ask them, and I'm sure that's all part of contracts and stuff like that.
Oh,
Oh,
sweet.
perfect.
Like it.
He said there's no limit and they can do whatever they want.
Can you give me some buzzwords I can convince IT with to like host it and stuff? Because I need it.
Oh boy. Let's see. I think the open source it was a intelligence tool. Intelligence tool is a very fancy sounding thing for sure. Yeah, free is a big one. No licensing costs unless you really want to get into that. Let's see. I don't know if open source really rings their bell or not, but what else is there? I think the flexibility of it is also great. That's one of the things that I've loved a whole bunch, and just being able to do things more efficiently, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
There's a comment here on the YouTube feed about buzzwords to use with your IT department. Enhancing communication with decision makers and stakeholders.
That sounds beautiful.
Another
one. Look, you back up a little bit towards the beginning. You said that when you installed it, or when you want to install it, you may be at the mercy of your IT department. I work in a hospital library. A few years ago, we were on the front page of an awful lot of tech journals because we had to shut down the system for all 9 hospitals due to some unpleasantness. And they were paranoid before, and they're even more paranoid now. And we are a library, so we were at the very bottom of their priority list, which is quite understandable. And some of the people we have dealt with to try to get some enhancements for our residents don't seem to really grasp the idea of what a library is. So a lot of what we do, most of what we do is in spite of them. We just do it and hope they don't find out about it. Took a while for them to realize we had our own server in the library. And when that server got kind of old, we moved it to a cloud server. And there's a firewall, so users cannot get into it outside the hospital network. I have an odd situation. Now, my question is, I really do have a question. What do you need to run this on? I mean, does it need its own dedicated server? Could it run on port 81 of our KOA server, which is somewhere in New York?
I don't know all of the specifics really, but I do know that Ed Beal, he kind of runs one of our branches. He was able to get a demo up and running on a laptop. So I'm not sure if that's something that's going to be feasible or not, but I do know that he was able to get it up and running very quickly. So you might just see what you have available and see if you can get it running on there. And yeah, I would definitely check out the documentation and stuff like that to see if it's something that you can do.
Okay, actually, I've got a server in my basement I can install it on.
That's the best place where they won't find it.
Hi, do you know how this compares to Power BI?
I have not used Power BI. I have used Tableau, if that's of any use. It is a lot more simple than Tableau, I would say, because obviously with Tableau, you kind of got to drag the things that you need up there and mess with it until you can get what you're looking for. With this, I've found that instead of trying and trying and trying to get what I wanted, I can guide it a bit more, but it's also a lot simpler. So it's kind of limited in what you can do with it. But sorry, I haven't used Power BI.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry, Justin, you mentioned you could share it like a URL. Are you pushing that information out to patrons at all, like on the OPAC, or how are you sharing any data in that way with the patrons or?
Yes. So actually, I might be able to pull it up right on here. It lets me leave. There we go. It lets me get a new tab. There we go. So let's go to our OPAC really quickly. Oh. There we go. That looks good. Okay, so if we go to our catalog, we've got a button right up here at the top for statistics. And anybody that wants to can just click on that and Metabase will generate the page and everything. And that's where you can see all of the different statistics that we have available.
Any other questions? Oh, just a moment.
There's one last buzzword comment from Joy Nelson. She says, try business intelligence and optimization.
Man, they are so much better than I am. All right. Well, thank you very much for taking the time and coming out here and being able to let me share this.
We've got about a 15-minute pause, it looks like, until our next presentation.
Can't get.
So feel free to take a break while we get ready for that presentation at 3:45.
So once we start, we'll get it switched.
We'll start back up in about 2 minutes here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah. What am I best to use to advance?
Okay, we're going to get started back again with our next presentation, which is funding QA and joint development. And we have Brendan Gallagher and Nate Carula from Bywater Solutions. And we have Andrew Ald and Jonathan Field from PTFF Europe Limited, and Paul Poulin from BibLeap, who couldn't join us in person this year. So take it away.
Thank you very much. So hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm Andrew Ald, and I'm going to be going through most of the slides, but The first thing we wanted to say, and it's really sorry that Paul couldn't be with us today as well, but he's contributed to our thinking in this presentation, is that it's a testament, we think, to the KOA community that there's 3 different vendors on the same stage doing a presentation about the same thing, and thinking the same way. And that's not exclusive, us 3. We vendors in the KOA community work really well together, and I think that's a really good sign for the community. So that was the first point to make. This presentation, though, is about how well the community is working, how well the project is working in terms of keeping the quality of the code going, keeping development going, keeping all those wheels spinning. And we want to raise a few questions more than anything else, but we've got some thoughts too. But it would be good to have a discussion beyond this conference, at this conference in the next couple of days, and then beyond this conference about how we keep going on this great journey that we're all on. We've, as these 3 organizations, we've actually been, something some of you may not know, is that we've been funding, directly funding, as in paying money, QA in the community by actually paying Jonathan Druart on a monthly basis. We have a sort of monthly stipend as organizations to Jonathan to keep, to help keep things going. And then there are other organizations that do similar. So we're not the exclusive benefactors by any means. There's a lot of time given and money given by others. But it's worth knowing that that has to happen in order to just keep things moving along. Because I'm a little bit scared about of George and about underrunning, and I had the great opportunity of spending a week in Colorado before coming along to the conference. And so I thought, well, why not share some holiday snaps? Because that's got to be a great way of filling time. But I also thought it fits with the theme of elevation, of leveling up, because you're at high elevation when you're in the Rockies. And it certainly was great to get some views. There's a bit of blue sky there as well. So I wanted to pick up on something that Andrew Preeter mentioned earlier, and he used the term free software for free open source. And yeah, he's right. You know, it is, you download it free, you can use it free, it's freely available, the code's freely available. But one thing not to confuse with the word free is that it's free because we all in this room, you all and lots of people out there put a lot of time and effort and money into this software to make it as good as it is. So it's free in many senses, and it's also not free in other senses. So that's kind of something to bear in mind as we talk too. And again, just thinking about what has gone into it over the years, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the history of KOA because you all, a lot of you will know that, and there's lots of information out there about this. But KOA has come from a great deal of effort. So people put effort in from library organizations, do development, individual interested developers just around the world do great work and spend a lot of time developing in KOHA. And also the support companies do a bit as well. So we do that either we're directly funded by libraries to continue with development. Is it not getting my good side? Okay. We also put in some in-kind work as well, as I'm sure you'd expect us to do. And then there's loads of people have done stuff. And I looked on the KOA website, the history site, just yesterday, and I saw that there've been 449 developers who've had patches pushed into KOA, which is amazing. I did also see that the last one was in December 2021. So listen to the presentation tomorrow about getting involved, and maybe you could be the next one and the first in 2022 to have a patch push. That would be really cool. So yeah, get on with that. There've been loads of releases. There's loads of minor releases. There's people involved in translations and the release teams, the quality teams, and so on. There's loads of stuff that happens in the community. And that's just, if you don't ever go to the KOA dashboard, then go to the KOA dashboard and see just how many people put stuff in. And this is updated each time there's a new release. The dashboard starts again, and every year you can see how many sign-offs are happening, how much stuff is being passed through QA. And the other interesting thought I thought about this, and we'll reflect on it in a minute or two when I do some slides about diversity, is that it's quite a diverse list of names up there as well. So that's a good thing to reflect on. But nonetheless, it's not free. So we do need to find a way of keeping this thing going and keeping it growing. There's a tree theme in my images, if you pick up on that as well. So what do we mean by funding? These are some of our questions. How does the community better facilitate joint development investment? And how do we keep things moving along in Bugzilla and in the QA pile? And also, how do we ensure that the Koha gift is available for future generations? So we talk about Koha and the meaning of Koha, and it's a gift, but we've got the use of the gift right now, but we need to make sure that people in the future have the use of the gift of Koha going forward. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about the software lifecycle and the open source software lifecycle. And this is nicked from, the references are all there, the Linux Foundation. And they talk about the lifecycle following proposal, incubation, mature, core, and archived. There's many who will be able to tell you all about the history. And there was a great presentation at KohaCon22 about those first couple of phases for Koha. And there's a link there to the presentation who gave the presentation? Rosalie, Rachel, and Chris Cormack gave that presentation in Wellington. So if you want to go back and learn about where it came from, then do that. We went through presumably an incubation stage. This is way before my time. I wasn't even born. And then I was debating to myself about whether we were in mature or whether we'd reached core yet. So mature being, it's had several successive releases, it's on track with its vision, challenges might still exist. That feels a bit like us. But maybe we're a bit further on than that, actually. We've got a broad audience due to the value. There's massive value of Koha. We've got a really broad audience, so many libraries all over the world. And we do need to focus on maintaining and keeping the pace steady. So I kind of think we're in core. And the scary thing about that is that the thing that happens next, if you follow this cycle, is that it's finished, it's the end. So we don't want that to happen. Back to some tree images. So is Koha a core project, and what does that mean we need to do to keep it going and keep its life going? And visiting the Rockies, a couple of things that really struck us. One, how beautiful. Two, lots of dead trees. I don't know whether any of you've been there, but it's just full of dead trees. And this is a global warming issue. There's a thing called a beetle, a pine beetle, and it's attacking because of global warming and warm summers, and the trees are weak because they're not getting enough water. The tree beetle is getting a hold and thinning out the trees and killing loads of them off. And I thought that was quite a good analogy to if a project, software project is getting core and we start to lose focus, we could see some thinning out of the trees in terms of contributions, in terms of the quality of assurance processes, in terms of bugs getting fixed. So there's a few dangers that could come about as a result of that sitting in that core status for a long time. And in the forest, in just above Grand Lake, this is the result of what happened with all those dead trees. So they had a wildfire in 2020, and it devastated a huge area. And it was because there were so many dead trees already, because the beetles, the fire got hold and spread and spread and spread. So we certainly don't want that to happen to our wonderful Koha project. So it's really worth thinking about how we fend off the dying trees, the worm, the beetle, or whatever it is. So there's a few thoughts that we have about how we keep Koha from entering its twilight years. And there's thinking about making sure you really keep the community vital, vibrant, and as many people involved as possible. and make it as welcoming as possible, because the more people are involved, the more people will have ideas, the more people will add to the product, the more people will help fix things. So I had a question about whether we're diverse enough, whether we are welcoming enough. It was an excuse to put an elk photo in. I'm not suggesting there are any big bulls in the Koha community who dominate at all, please, out there, anywhere in this room. That's not the suggestion. It was just a good photo. But are we diverse enough? And if you look at open source projects more generally, this is some research from 2017. If you look at open source projects, they're not terribly diverse in terms of the communities and in terms of contributions. It raises the question for us, are we diverse enough? And I think we do pretty well, actually. So I reflected on that dashboard slide about the, you can't really tell particularly from that, but there's some diversity, certainly there was in that in terms of gender, certainly, that was greater than 5%. And that was just on an eyeball. But we're also massively diverse in terms of how global we are as a community, how well adopted Koha is globally, where KohaCon has been held, and it's a great feature of the community that KohaCon is held on a different continent every year. And that's meant that it's been held in all of those locations. The diversity of the presentations in this conference so far, and we've had contributions from different countries, from different people, from different genders, et cetera, very diverse. And we do have a strong focus on accessible development in the community, which is terrific. There's a real focused work going on about the OPAC accessibility and all of that stuff, which is really important, and the staff back end as well. But can we do better? Of course we can do better. This is the Level Up conference. So we want to think about ways that we can do better. We don't actually measure how diverse, how welcoming, and how inclusive we are. And should we, or could we? Are there ways that we could track some of that stuff and therefore just, benchmark ourselves and do a bit better? Our code of conduct, and there's recommendations that all open source software projects should have a code of conduct. Ours actually refers to holding the conference. So it's a code of conduct around holding the conference, which is great, and we should have one. But we could also have a code of conduct that's about the project itself, about how we welcome new people, how we make sure people don't feel excluded, how people get involved in. I was talking to Nick yesterday about ways of encouraging new developers and not putting them off at the first hurdle just because they get some, they need to get some honest feedback if they're new and they need to be helped, but keep them in, keep them involved because we need them. It's a question in my mind, and I'm a non-developer. I'm a Dunsey Doodle fluffy person. I had to use that word. So for me, IRC is a bit of a strange world, and I'm not sure it's, for me as a member of the community, it's not an area I feel comfortable. And I wonder if there are other ways that we could make more people feel comfortable in communicating with each other and getting involved. And is our guidance as good as and as encouraging as it could be on the websites and on the wikis and so on? And there's going to be some great presentations tomorrow from the Bywater team about getting involved and using Bugzilla and so on. And they're going to be kind enough to put some of that information up on the community websites afterwards as well. And there are loads of tips there, Nick from other people, Linux Foundation and folk like that, about fostering a really good inclusive open source space. I'm going to hand over to Jonathan now. He's going to talk a bit about keeping Koha from its twilight years by working on continuous development, keeping the good feature ideas coming.
Thank you very much. So it's sort of concerning this twilight years. How do we keep Koha going, keeping it vibrant? And I think new features are a huge important part of that, because we also have to remember that not only the world's changing around us, it's things that are appearing now that maybe weren't around before. And Koha's always got to keep up with that. It's got to keep up with the changing library landscape. And I just wanted to talk about a little bit of work we're doing at the minute. I want to specifically talk about the Koha ERM. I'm talking about it tomorrow, so I'm not going to talk about it in detail. And that, by the way, is at 10 o'clock after the frankly over promoted 9 o'clock session about the Koha community. So you're welcome to come and see that. But I mention it in particular because I think it is a very good example of this co-op petition that we were talking about earlier in the week. And it sort of came out of a telephone conversation really between the three of us and, you know, well, all of us here and Paul, and just a discussion, you know, what are we going to do about this? We need an ERM. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing, or are we going to actually, you know, do something about this? And it's important to say that it is jointly sponsored by us, which is great, and you know, you maybe would expect us to do that. But it also highlights a few things I felt, and one is that actually we're not financially poor in terms of the money that can be invested in it. There's money to be invested in it. And, you know, to be honest, we could go out and probably find even more money to invest in this sort of project, but we are time poor because between us, we all have limited resources. You know, we've got other projects on the go. You know, we can contract out work, but there are only a limited number of hours and there's work to be done on it. So a problem is that we are time poor. So we need more people involved looking at these things. And it also highlights the challenges of sort of bringing together just input into these sort of projects. So, you know, we've effectively defined the specification for this piece of work, but, you know, how do we open it up to solicit opinion from other people? And, you know, as Andrew mentioned, you know, what channels are there that people feel comfortable engaging in? And we can quickly solicit feedback and input. And that does make it hard to solicit input, particularly when we are a global community, which is a great thing, but also provides, you know, presents a challenge because we have people across the world who are using different knowledge bases in the context of ERM. How do we make sure that we cater for all these people? So although it's, you know, it's great that we are thinking about the future and we don't want Koha to reach its twilight years, we do need to think about these problems. And I think Nate now is going to talk a little bit about another way of addressing that, which is really about crowdfunding.
Hello, everybody. Hello, world. All right. Yeah. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing to try and make it easier to do devs. So for a while now, we've had this crowdsourcing development page. And what this allows our partners or other members in the community to do is cherry pick developments that you may want to see if you happen to have a couple extra bucks laying around. And what's great is we're starting to see a larger adoption of Koha by much larger institutions. And in many cases, that comes with more funding. And the amount of money that they're saving by switching to Koha, a portion of that is sometimes earmarked towards future developments, which is awesome because that gives companies like us the ability to hire more developers, which we are planning on doing in the future to expand our development capacities and to be able to kind of handle a larger influx of custom development requests. So anybody who's listening that may want to apply, stay tuned. So this is one very easy way to do that. So if a library is fortunate enough to have a couple grand laying around in their budget at the end of the year, they can scroll through this page and say, okay, you know, I want to move long overdue cron config into Koha. And I've got a couple bucks left over, boom, I'll throw it at it. So this really kind of highlights the point that even if you're a small library and you might only have a couple $100s to contribute to a development, that doesn't mean that you can't. If we have $1,000 development, we don't care if it's 10 libraries with $100 each, or if it's, you know, whatever. The more people that are involved, the better, because then we get different perspectives of people who think, you know, who are thinking about how this development should work. Perspectives that a single funder may not even consider. We also have a really great ecosystem within the vendors in Koha, where we work with each other on custom development. So, you know, if we don't have the capacity, we will outsource it to another vendor and vice versa. So, we're thinking of ways to kind of increase capacity so that we can create more development faster. So this is kind of like what a detailed view would look like on the website. And you can see there's a $5,000 goal. We've raised $1,000. This is a great opportunity. If someone was like, oh, I got a couple $1,000 sitting around, boom, hit it. Another thing that's important for our company, at least, is that, if a lot of our customers are requesting a development, but the funding isn't getting done, Bywater will kick in the extra money. If it's a $5,000 development and $4,000 of that is funded, and we have, 50 people saying this is really important to us, we're just going to pay for it, get it done, and roll it out to our customers. Because at the end of the day, development is kind of customer service, right? We want everybody's experience that are currently using Koha to be the best possible, and we want to make Koha as attractive to future libraries as possible. So everybody wins, right? The vendor side and the user side. It's pretty cool. So typical development roadmap, we break out the roadmap into two pieces: architecture and feature developments. A lot of the times the architecture isn't that sexy and it's hard to get money for it. So most of our internal funding goes towards architecture development. And that's where you're going to see a lot of the Koha vendors coming together and being like, look, we're not going to get this funding because it's not going to pass the board, because, the people with the purse strings are going to be scratching their heads and saying, what the heck is this? So let's just get it done instead of wasting time. But the vast majority of all the features and enhancements that we develop come from you, our partners. So you're the ones who direct the flow of this development. We listen to what you say. We don't develop based on what we think we can sell. And that's a big difference between Koha and proprietary solutions. You've got proprietary vendors that are like, well, we're going to push this out. We're going to make people think this is important, whether or not it is. And we're just going to grind it into your head until you think that our system's the best. I'm a little jaded, but, but, in the Koha community, it's like, all right, tell us what you want. We'll develop it. We'll make suggestions on how it can be better, more widely adopted worldwide and in terms of library type, and then boom. So yeah, it's a much better way of looking at things. And then, once that development is done, we submit it to the community and DZD, Dunsy Doodle. So with that, I'll pass it to my esteemed colleague, Brendan here.
All right. First of all, there's two interesting comments that I've heard this week that were said to me. That the first one was, we all use software every day, but when you get a chance to have an impact on that software, you like using it a lot more. That was said to me by Christopher when I first got here. And then right when we were walking up here to sit down, there's this another person I just met, David. And what he said is, he said that I have to keep reminding myself that this is not a product, that this is a project. And that what I wanted to talk a little bit about was just how it's important for all of us to be involved in this. And so how can we do that? There's a great talk tomorrow at 9 a.m. I've heard that will discuss that kind of stuff. But first I wanted to pull back a little bit. How QA works in Koha is the development is completed and it is put in through Bugzilla, handed to the community. And then at that point, whoever was the original developer, that institute needs to find someone else from a different institute to sign off on that. So the sign off is testing it and just making sure that the code is good. And then that is passed on to another team, and that's the QA team. Now, if someone from Bywater, so we always have people that work on the QA team, and we are the ones who submitted the development, we are not the ones that can pass it through QA. So that's why we were talking, Andrew was talking a little bit more about, we do a joint QA of a third party. So that way, some of our developments that get out there, hopefully he has time to do that. But also we want to be fair and make sure that he's QA and everyone else's too, so that we can keep the bottleneck going. So that's when Andrew was talking a lot about these questions that we need to ask. So are there barriers to this that could be slowing the project down? Should we investigate maybe some different rules on that? Now, there are meetings, another barrier, IRC for Andrew, so he may not be able to get up there to ask this question of a bunch of other developers. So that's where like we need to be involved in the community to be able to discuss and ask these questions. And that's a lot of where we see QA going. And then also there's other interesting ideas, like maybe the Koha users group here, koha-US, that they would maybe invest some of their time into either learning enough about Perl to be able to volunteer on a QA team. What the QA team does is they will test the code, but they also read through the code to make sure that it passes the coding guidelines. So it could be an investment in education, doing Perl classes, doing different things like that so that we could promote this group to be able to help QA. The talk tomorrow, of course, is going to talk about like how to sign off. And so that's really a challenge that I'd like to make for everyone here, is I'd like you to all to sign off on bugs. So what that's going to do is you can test it, you can sign off on it, and it's going to move it to the QA thing. So then if we see that the QA pile is getting too big for us, then as a community, we need to come together and investigate and ask questions of how can we get past this barrier. All right, and I think the last slide's you.
Yeah, so that was kind of what we wanted to talk about in a nutshell. The only thing I forgot to say at the beginning was I shamelessly used our new slide template because we've had a little branding refresh. And so I thought it was a great opportunity to do that. Even though there's 3 companies here, I nicked the slide template. And I wanted to make sure that you didn't miss out on our stickers that we brought for you. So up on our table, and this is 2 reasons for you doing this. One, you get a good sticker. And the other thing is you get your 10 steps a day or whatever it is by going up the steps. So on our table, go and get one of these cute little library shelf stickers because we brought them for you. So that was the last thing I wanted to say. So thanks for listening. This was about asking some questions and hopefully stimulating some thoughts about keeping things going, keeping the momentum going, and keeping the ability for us to pass this gift on to the next generation and beyond. So thanks very much. Any questions? Oh, and all the links, by the way, take you to the references and to our contact information as well. So the slides will be shared.
So I just have a comment to add to that. And we talk about barriers. You know, I have dabbled in trying to contribute to the code, not just my jQuery hacks that I do a lot of, but I've contributed a little bit, and that was back when I could get the dev box working at the time, and then that became more frustrating. And that was the biggest barrier for me, was the fact that when things changed in the environment, that I had to rebuild things. I had to figure out why it wasn't working and get it working again. My hope down the road, and maybe this would be a help to more people than just me, is that there would be some kind of shared environment that we could log into and work on our projects, our code or whatever, and contribute rather than having to maintain, because that being the biggest barrier for me is the fact that I don't have the time, unfortunately, to maintain that and contribute the code. If I had an environment that I can work in, I would love to work that direction. I would love to be able to contribute more code. I would love to be able to figure out problems. I would also love to be able to be confident enough to contribute to QA. So that's been my barrier. So.
Great idea. Noted.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
My school has a computer science program and they do coding. So I'm just curious if there's been any effort amongst the KohaUS group to reach out to either high schools or places where I know a lot of your libraries have hackathon kind of things and maker stuff. And has there been any effort to reach out to the next generation? Because honestly, as librarians, we need to do that more often in general in our group, because there's so many questions about how, well, do libraries and librarians need to exist in general? And coding is another place that, yeah, there's lots of sexy coding jobs out there, but this is pretty sexy stuff too. And it really can impact a whole lot more people in a lot of really great ways. So I'm just curious if there's been any efforts in general for that.
So our next presentation that's coming was how, I'm not sure how to say their name correctly. It's Aisha, I think. She started as an intern in New Zealand and then eventually did enough through this program they have called Classmates. And it's where a bunch of high school kids come together and they learn how to sign off on patches and test some code and write some simple patches. But it could be a good program for Koha-US to have that. And you could get support from developers. I mean, we would offer developers from Bywater to like help shepherd that kind of thing. With interns, usually if they can have some kind of little stipend, you'll get a little bit of a bigger pool. And so that could be something that like the Koha-US group would like stand up or sponsor. And then like, of course, we'll have resources to help with the actual technical teaching and stuff. And then Kelly can do her class.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much.
That was great, guys. And I think you'll enjoy this last presentation of the day. It's my favorite conference program title, Saving Kittens and Supporting Koha. And I think it will address a little bit of what our last questioner was talking about. So now we have Alicia Amohia from Catalyst IT, New Zealand.
I think if you just share your screen, you should be good. I don't think you'll need to send us the slides or anything if you can hear me there.
You're on.
Can you see my slides?
Yep.
All right, perfect. I te tuatahi ngā mihi ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohina. Nā rātou te mana, nā rātou te whenua, nā rātou te tino rangatiratanga moa ke tonu. I te tuarua, ko ruapehu te maunga, ko whanganui te awa, ko Aotea te waka, ko te atiho nui a paparangi te iwi, no Taumaranui me Cambodia, me India aho, kei te noho aho ki te whanganui a Tara, ko Alicia Amohia toku ingoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. I've just acknowledged the people of the land where the conference is being held and introduced myself in Te Reo Māori, which is the Indigenous language from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. That really could not have been a better segue into my presentation today, because today I'm here to talk to you about the Catalyst Open Source Academy, which is a program that my company Catalyst hosts to encourage high school students to pursue tech studies and careers through learning about open source. So to start off, who am I? My name's Alicia Amohia. I'm from Wellington, New Zealand, where I am the new Koha technical lead at Catalyst IT. I've been at Catalyst and working on Koha for a really long time, since 2014. I've graduated from Victoria University of Wellington in 2020 with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence and a Bachelor of Commerce in Management and Information Systems. And when I'm not here at work, I wear a bunch of other hats. I'm heavily involved in the gender equity and Indigenous justice spaces in Wellington. So like I said, I belong to the Koha team at Catalyst. Catalyst is, for those who don't know, an open source software company. It was started in Wellington in 1997 and has since grown to around 350 employees just in New Zealand. I'm based in the Wellington office, but in New Zealand, we have offices in Christchurch, which is in the South Island, and Auckland in the North Island. In Australia, we also have offices in Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane. And Catalyst now also operates in Europe with offices in England and Ireland, and in the last couple of years also opened an office in Canada. We're huge advocates for open source technology and data sovereignty. We deliver a huge range of solutions and services using open source software and tools, including accessibility consulting, design, training, and more. We also host the Open Source Awards in New Zealand every 2 years to celebrate open source products and organizations and advocates. We also launched the Catalyst Cloud in 2014, which is New Zealand's only owned and operated cloud computing service. But that's not what you're here to hear about. We also invest in young people and encourage them to pursue tech studies and careers. So throughout the year, Catalyst hosts programs targeted at high school age students. By this, we mean typically kids aged 15 to 18 years old, intending to show them some skills and tools that they might not have seen at school, as well as connect them with industry professionals and mentors who can teach and guide them. One example of this is the Arduino Academy, and so they'll spend 3 days understanding circuits and Arduino programming and creating an interactive group project using the tools they've learned. However, Catalyst's main offering is the Catalyst Open Source Academy. This is a 2-week program to learn about and work with open source technologies. It gives them a taste of real open source development through a combination of classroom sessions and hands-on project work. The students use the process of building a small application to cover things such as licensing, accessibility, understanding requirements, learning different programming languages, and even configuring a server. They then work with developers like myself to contribute to a real open source project. So both the Open Source Academy and the Arduino Academy are run out of Catalyst House, which is based in Wellington. The Arduino Academy will host around 8 students, while the Open Source Academy hosts approximately 20 students. And I did just want to mention, because Andrew was just talking about diversity, we make a real effort to have diverse students in these academies. As long as I've been at Catalyst, the Academy is always around 50% women. So it's really exciting being able to work with those young people. And then this photo, this is all of the students from the 2019 Academy. One of the people in this photo is my little sister, and one of them is one of my little brothers. So it really is a family affair. The first week of the Open Source Academy is about learning the common tools and practices that Catalyst may use for our clients daily. The application that the student builds comes together as they learn about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Apache, MySQL, PHP, and Python. Students are guided through installing a laptop with Ubuntu, which they then use throughout the Academy. And then they'll use a server that they've configured in our Catalyst Cloud. The second week has a focus of working on a real open source project, working with developers who really know the project. The students will then work towards getting a patch into the source code of the project or some other contribution as prepared by their mentors. Over the years, Catalyst has guided students to contribute to Drupal, Silverstripe, Mahara, Piwik, and of course, Koha. The Koha team at the Academy is a well-oiled machine by this point. We typically look after a group of 6 to 8 students in each academy. And for the past few years, I've taken the lead on mentoring the Koha project at the Academy, but throughout the week, the students will get plenty of support from people like Chris, Alex, and previously Haley, Liz, and Robin, and other Koha developers who have come through Catalyst. During project week, we set them up to be Koha contributors in one way or another. And as a reward, they save kittens. I had to put this photo in because Chris is famous for pointing at things at the Academy. So I thought people who knew that would appreciate it. In the 4 days that the students are with us, they get a lot done. One of the most important parts of our process is right at the beginning, and that's installing their Koha development environment or the Koha dev box. It takes a while, as many of you Koha developers here will know, but it's important that they know how to get set up so that they can keep contributing to Koha after they return their Academy laptops and leave Catalyst's offices. That process includes setting up a bugs account, understanding our upstream process, learning to use Git, and trying to navigate the wiki and other documentation. However, of course, the students spend the greatest chunk of their week in the code, reporting bugs and writing and testing patches. We have a Catalyst Academy wiki page on the Koha community wiki, which has a list of bugs that need patches and patches that need testing. They'll work through this list, which we update throughout the week. We always start with testing because it's a really good way to encourage new people to just click around Koha and find out where things live in the interfaces, but also in the code. It's also a good way to learn about the importance of a quality test plan. Once they've tested a few bugs, they're usually pretty eager to move on and try writing code themselves. So I thought I'd show some of the patches that students from the 2021 Academy wrote, which are now in upstream Koha. So one of our students, Eden, wrote a patch to make sure that the fields in the form to write off payments in the staff interface are labeled correctly. It was a minor change, but it means that when you click on the input field, the label next to it lights up, which is awesome for visibility for our low vision users, and especially useful for people who use screen readers, because it means that the technology knows what the purpose of each input field in the form is. So this fix was really important for Koha becoming more accessible. This patch from Amy is similarly about accessibility. It automatically focuses on the main or the first mandatory field in a form to add credit to someone's account. This is useful because it immediately draws your eye to the important part of the page and helpfully places your cursor there, so it's more usable and accessible. We had a patch from Mason, which is again bringing Koha up to new accessibility standards. The way that we'd previously defined an input field in a form as a number field had accessibility and localization issues. Numbers were being incremented or decimals being displayed inconsistently, and it wasn't reliable for our screen readers. So Mason's patch fixed that in one part of Koha. And finally, I thought I would showcase this patch from Victoria, which was slightly more involved than a code change. So we had a couple of students in our project group who wanted to explore their artistic creativity, because not everyone in the tech sector is a coder. So we showed them how to use open source graphics editors like GIMP or Inkspace to develop item type icons. Both Victoria and Ava created new item type icons. Victoria's was an information icon and Ava's was a controller icon. And they're both now available in upstream Koha for you to attach to your item types. The final task of the Academy is to sum up and present their work to the rest of the students. They were immensely proud to present the Academy scoreboard, which tracks how much they've worked on. And now this is where the mysterious kittens come in. Every time you test a bug or write a patch, you save one kitten. And when you rescue a patch, which is getting a bug from a failed QA or patch doesn't apply state back to a need sign-off state, you save 2 kittens. The students quickly worked out that they could rescue their own or each other's patches. So that was definitely a major contributor to their total 246 kittens saved. But the goal was still to teach them about Koha and how to contribute to it. And we certainly achieved that through them collectively touching around 100 patches. Even though it's a scoreboard, we found that students were looking at their team total score a lot more than their individual scores. They always endeavor to save more kittens than the Koha team from the Academy before them. And so far they always have. So the 2023 Academy team is going to have their work cut out for them. It's something fun to work toward. It encourages healthy competition, and we keep the scoreboard up at the front of the class all week, so the other project teams have Koha and our success on their minds too. Oh, and we save kittens because we're Catalyst. But at past academies, we've saved puppies and villages from fire-breathing dragons and a bunch of other things. So Koha users are also heroes, but I'm speaking to a community of super librarians, so you probably already knew that. So these 8 students, oh, I've lost my spot, sorry. These 8 students from the Catalyst Academy 2021 have now all made their first contributions to a real global open source project. They not only join the elite club of Koha developers who have come up through the Academy, of which I am a member, but they have also now joined our global Koha community. And even if they haven't logged into their Bugs account or their dev box since they set it up with us, they know that they can. And they know that they can reach out to people at Catalyst or people around the world if they want to get involved again. And they can tell their friends and their peers as they move into their tech careers about the project where they got their start. It's really special that Koha is set up in a way that allows a bunch of young people to make their marks on a project in just a matter of days. And mentoring them into that is easily one of my favorite and most rewarding parts of my job. So the Academy is just one of the ways that Catalyst supports Koha. We try to be part of each release team in some way. We regularly make contributions to the Koha code base, and that's usually sponsored by our partner libraries, kind of building on the talk from before. So, for example, I'm still buzzing that we managed to get the recalls feature into KohaCon22, which was sponsored by Toi Ohumai Institute of Technology, Waikato Institute of Technology, and Auckland University of Technology, all based in New Zealand. I'm actually really disappointed that I couldn't be in Kansas in person to celebrate with all of you who helped me get this over the line. But I'm so grateful that I could join you virtually, and I hope that going forward, we will always be able to have this online component of KohaCon. I think it's really awesome. Another feature I'm excited about is the Pages feature coming in KohaCon22 I think Jesse and Kelly spoke about this yesterday. So this was sponsored by Region Helland, Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, and Horowhenua Libraries Trust. These are both really great examples of the Koha community doing what it does best and mutually supporting Koha. However, my favorite example of the Koha community coming together is during the Academy. The wiki page that I spoke about with lists of bugs isn't entirely created by the Catalyst Koha team, and we aren't the reason that students can celebrate having their patches pushed upstream by the end of the Academy project week. We're so grateful to you all, the Koha community, for preparing bug reports for Academy students, being online during an opposite time zone so you're available to answer their questions, and testing and providing feedback on their work overnight, so that they can come and rescue their patches the next day. I went through and found a bunch of messages in IRC where people are hyping up the Academy, and the chat is so fun and so active in the lead up to the Academy, with the whole community prioritizing or creating work that the newbies can take on. You are the invisible extension of our project team during the Academy, and we and the students are so lucky to have you. Yes, it's a lot of work and energy to guide people to contributing to a 23-year-old software project written mostly in Perl, but our jobs are made easier by the open source nature of Koha and the incredible support of the Koha community, who care about these kids from oceans away just as much as we do. This year, we weren't able to hold an Academy because of the uncertainty around COVID, and I was just itching to do some Academy type mentoring, so we ran a Koha bug squashing session for technical and non-technical people here at Catalyst. We ended up with 8 new Koha developers and 11 patches into Koha in just one morning. So this is proof that the Academy format works with different audiences. So I'm sorry if you were listening to Andrew's talk before and thought you might be able to get the first patch of 2022 into upstream. That ship has sailed. So we clearly need to update our history, but there is still time for you to contribute to the project, and you still definitely should. So now I'm laying down a challenge to you. There is no reason that we can't have Koha academies or Koha bug squashing sessions happening all the time in different parts of the world. I'm looking at you, person who asked the last question and for the last presentation. It doesn't need to be a 2-week program like the Catalyst Open Source Academy. However, if you have the resources to do something like that, to guide the next generation of software developers into the open source sector, to level them up, then do it. And we at Catalyst can help you. If you can't do 2 weeks, take a morning. Set up the dev environments the night before so that your students can come in the next day and get right into fixing typos or making our code more semantically correct or more accessible. We can help you with that too. Like everything that we do in this community, any action you take doesn't have to be taken alone. I regularly attribute where I'm now at Catalyst to having been a student at the Catalyst Open Source Academy in early 2014. I didn't know back then that at 15 years old, that choosing the Koha team for Project Week would be one of the most significant decisions I might ever make in my career. Koha is better set up than most projects to have this kind of impact and to facilitate these low barriers to entry. When you're setting up your own bug squashing sessions and academies, as you now are all going to do because I've given you the challenge to do so, make the most of the strengths we already have. Use the dev environment, use the community, use the wiki, be organized and start simple. Start with testing, start with looking around. We can save kittens and change lives with academies, and that's really all there is to it. And if you didn't have enough motivation now to go back to Koha to give back to Koha through an academy or a program of sorts, you should know that it's kind of in the name. As was mentioned before, Koha is a word from Te Reo Māori, which is the Māori language. And in the Māori worldview, a koha is a gift that comes with or fulfills an obligation, and it describes reciprocity. So if you benefit from using Koha, you should set up an academy to grow the community, to level up the community. Like all open source projects, Koha is only as strong as its community. We're pretty awesome already, but as our project grows, so too should the number of people nurturing it. When we enable our Koha community to grow and to level up, we in turn strengthen Koha and broaden its possibilities. I was going to end my presentation with a photo of the academy where I was a student, but that was 8.5 years ago, and I simply can't look at photos of myself from that time. So instead, here is an outdated photo of the Catalyst Koha team. Our team looks a bit different now. We really need to update that photo, but the sentiment's the same. We love that our library system can be a milestone for so many young people exploring an interest in tech through the Open Source Academy. We're just a little humble group in New Zealand at the bottom of the world, and we're still so stoked to be part of this community. And we truly believe in Koha in every sense of the word. And that brings me to the end. So thank you so much for having me at KohaCon22. I hope I get to see you all in person sometime soon. Ngā mihi.
All right, any questions for her while we still have her online? Oh, got a question, just a moment.
Yeah, do you sell bumper stickers that say "Save More Kittens" with the Catalyst logo on it, or buttons or something?
Not
It might
yet. What a great idea. I'll attribute them to you.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you joining in with us at the conference and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
That was a great presentation, and I think we all have been given our call to action to do something like that if we can. So we're at the end of day 2, and I think it's been a really exciting day of presentations. remember that tomorrow we're meeting at Lawrence Public Library, 700 Vermont. And the building opens at 8. Is that true, Robin?
I can talk a little bit about that. First off, there is a map in the program on page number 9. And so if you leave here from Maselli's, it's 4 streets up and 2 streets over. And we'll be in the auditorium there. The library does not open until 10, but some of us are going to get there early, and we've made arrangements to be let into the building early. And then Robin and John have volunteered to be door wardens to let people in that are registered for the conference. So come to the front door, the main entrance, and have your name tag, have your badge, and that'll be your ticket in, because they're not going to John and Robin are not going to let you in if you don't have your name tag. Even if they know you, they won't let you in. And some of you, maybe especially if they know you. So. And we'd like to thank Maselli's too. I don't know that there's anybody from their staff out here on the floor, but this has been a great venue. We originally had planned on doing this all at Lawrence Public Library until we were asked to turn this from just a US conference to the international conference. And we decided we would probably need some more room. So that's why we chose this space. And it's a fantastic space. Being here working for Northeast Kansas Library System, this is one of our go-to places before the pandemic when we had big gatherings. And so it's nice to be back here again too. So if you see anybody from Maselli's, thank them. And as always, I'd like to thank the vendors that are still up in the balcony area. And we'll see you all tomorrow at Lawrence Public.
And I think the people that are getting rides to the game out front, meet out front where go toward the van.
Yeah, it says free candy spray painted on the side, and just